Not at all, dear, Ikuko, Usagi's mother said with a smile. It's nice to try someone else cooking for a change. The family, save Usagi, all uttered the obligatory phrases before they started eating, while Chiba USA sat down with them at the table. This is pretty good, Shingo said, drawing a glance from Usagi. The blonde peered down at her own plate and narrowed her eyes. She can cook. The teen thought as she reached down and picked up a fork. She used it to cut up and lift part of an omelet from the plate and inspected it. She sniffed it a few times. It smells good. What's wrong, Chiba USA? Ikuko asked, looking over at her daughter. That's not me. Usagi mentally wailed as she looked from the omelet to Chiba USA, who was smirking at her, and frowned. Is this really safe to eat? Usagi muttered. She bit into it and her eyes widened. This is delicious. She quickly ate the rest of the omelet and moved on to the rest of the meal, finishing before anyone else. Chiba USA wore a smug smile on her face and ate her own food at a more dignified pace, while Usagi frowned and looked down at her plate in defeat. Dang. She's good. X as Usagi walked to school with Chiba USA beside her. The blonde looked over at the slightly taller girl and frowned. It was awkward, to say the least, that she was walking side by side with a girl that was technically her daughter, but older than her. So, how up have you been? Chiba USA looked over at her and chuckled. Well, it's been a few years. And lots happened, good and bad. Chiba USA said with a genuine smile. But it's been what? A day for you. I haven't missed much, have I? Usagi blinked. You came back the night you left. The pink-haired girl nodded. Yup, thought so. You miss me. Usagi gave her a half-lit stare. Well, I did for the first 30 or so minutes, until I got home, she muttered. Oh, I'm touched, Chiba USA said with a grin. Why are you here anyway? Usagi asked. I'm sure it can't be because schools here are higher quality than where you come from, she said in a deadpan. Well, my mom said, Chiba USA said, turning to look at her with a frown, to expand my horizons and learn some things they don't teach at a normal school. Usagi frowned and turned to face her daughter from the future. Huh? So what are you supposed to do? You tell me. The pink-haired girl said with an irritated snort. It was your idea. Usagi blinked. Good point. I'll get back to you on that, you know. Sure. When they reached the corner, she stopped walking, and Usagi stopped as well, turning to look at her. Well, I'm going to the high school over here, so see you later. Usagi nodded. Yeah, sure. The pink-haired girl started walking around the corner and turned to look back at her as she waved. Don't tell the others yet. I wanna surprise them. Usagi blinked, then shrugged and nodded. Okay. See you later. The blonde waved back at the other girl and then started walking again. X. When Usagi walked into her classroom, every student that was talking went silent, and those who were doing something else caught on to the sudden shift in noise and looked around, quickly noticing her. Usagi walked over to her seat and dropped her stuff there, then plopped down in it. The silence went on until Usagi looked up and around the room, noticing that everyone was staring at her. She blinked several times. What? Is something wrong? You are much earlier than usual. Umino, the boy with thick Coke bottle glasses, pointed out. Did something happen at home, Usagi-chan? Ami asked, a look of concern on her face. Yeah, like your house burning down or something? Naruo Osaka, a girl with bright brown hair who happened to be one of Usagi's childhood friends, asked. What? No. I just woke up early, that's all, she said with about. Looks of disbelief and confusion floated around the room, and she frowned. What? I can't wake up on time for once. Is it criminal for a girl to want to aspire to be a good role model for all the good children in P? Her stomach started to gurgle ominously and she winced, clutching it. Up, she made a face. I have to be right back, she said, suddenly standing up and running out of the room as fast as she could. The rest of the students all shared a look of confusion, while Ami stared after her departed friend with a look of concern. Ranma made her way into the classroom she'd been assigned with a sigh. Hey. Haruka waved over to her, and Ranma waved back, then went over to sit next to her. Yo. Ranma glanced over at where Michiro was sitting as she set her bag down. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know how to get put on the uniform exceptions list, would ya? She asked. Ha, if I did, I'd be on it, the blonde said with a snort. Why? You don't like the uniform? Hellmumber, Ranma said with a sigh as she looked down at her skirt. She frowned. Back at Furinken, they let me go in my own threads because of my stupid curse. Now, oh, she scowled and gritted her teeth. I'm going to have to make a trip to Juzenkyo soon. If I just jump into the spring of drowned man, that should fix the damn thing, lock or no. She sighed and looked over at Haruka again. Hey, did you get the math homework? Huh? Yeah, it was kinda easy, Haruka said. Did you have trouble? Ranma scoffed. It's not that I had trouble, I just didn't see any reason to finish it, she snorted. Haruka snickered. You're not good at math? Well, I'm not some kind of super genius, no, but I'm fairly competent, Ranma snorted. Oh yeah? Haruka grabbed a pencil and scribbled something on a piece of paper then held it up. What's the answer? Ranma blinked. It looked like a poorly drawn long division symbol, what with the line on the side being squiggly, but there was only one number there. Division, right? You've only got one number there, how am I supposed to answer that? Haruka raised an eyebrow. This is a radical. Ranma frowned. Radical? Haruka stared at her. Ranma stared back. HMM. Why don't you do homework with me and Michiru tonight? I'll see if we can help you," she said. Ranma made a face. I don't know. I'm busy today," she said. "I'll get back to you on that." "Fair enough. Have you thought about what kind of club you'd like to join? The class rep is going to need an answer soon, I'm sure, since it's mandatory," the blonde said. "Hey, a club would just waste my time, really," the teen muttered. "I don't plan on being here long enough for it to matter, but if I can't figure out what's going on and fix this quickly enough, I guess karate," she sighed as the teacher, Tanaka, walked into the room with another hideous rug suit and his briefcase, and she grudgingly joined the other students in standing up. "At least today is a half day." "Good morning, students," the man said after they did the customary bowing and were reseated. "It might seem a bit strange, but we have another new student joining us today," he said. The students perked up at this, and he looked over at the door and made a beckoning gesture, and a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails walked into the room. Ranma noticed surprise on Haruka's face when she saw the girl. "This is Tsukino Usagi," the man continued with a smile. "She's just moved in from the Chuo ward, and is staying with family members in town. Tsukino-san, is there anything you would like to say?" the man asked. She looked the class over, and for a moment, looked surprised, but quickly hid it. Finally, she spoke. "Nice to meet you." Tanaka blinked, then cleared his throat. "Yes, well, please, sit down behind Fujibayashi-kun," the man said, indicating Ranma. Ranma blinked, glancing back behind herself. "Wait a second, wasn't there someone here yesterday?" she thought with a frown. "Oh, whatever." The girl walked over to the seat and a small pill jar dropped out of her bag. Ranma looked down at it and raised an eyebrow. "Fast acting, instant relief laxatives?" Ranma looked at the new girl incredulously, but quickly averted her eyes and coughed in an attempt to hide her sniggering. "Huh?" The pink-haired girl blinked and looked down at the jar. "Oh, I still had those," she muttered, kneeling down to pick it up. She replaced it, then sat down behind Ranma and dropped her book bag, yawned, and reclined, looking rather bored. Ranma noticed Haruka glancing at the new girl several times before and after the teacher started his morning spiel and shook her head with an amused smile. "Does she eye all the new kids like that?" X Kanakai opened his eyes suddenly and blinked several times. He narrowed his eyes in confusion at his surroundings, and then the previous day came back to him. He sat up and looked out the window in his room, noting with displeasure that the sun was up and in the sky already. He glanced at the clock and sighed when he saw that it read 7:15. He got up and out of bed and looked down at his unfinished homework with a bit of doubt, then sighed and started getting ready for school. When he made his way to the dining room set for 3, his parents looked at him in surprise again, and he sighed. "Where's Sonaka?" he asked. His mother and father looked at each other, then at him. She goes out an hour early to be with your classmate, remember? The cute martial arts instructor, his father said with a grin, thinking maybe you should join them. What do you mean, cute? Saori frowned at her husband, who chuckled and cringed away from her. Maybe, Kaneki said, grabbing his breakfast. He didn't notice the shocked stares it got him, and continued on. I've been thinking about it. With that, he turned and started out the door. I'm going now. See you later. Saori looked over at her husband with an urgent look. See? I told you. He's been acting strange, she said. It was worse last night. He was screaming about something. No. Our poor son's going insane. X Kaneki walked toward school with a notable limp. I think I overdid it, the teen muttered as he stopped to lean against a wall near the entrance, where others were pouring into the campus. He'd gotten used to working himself to near death and beyond, but without Ma Kensei's herbal Chinese potions, there would be no way to bring him back from the brink here. He shook his head and sighed, then started walking toward school again. Man, this is just so far beyond bizarre, Kaneki muttered. What's going on here? It's too long and lifelike to be a dream. His eyes widened and he looked down at the ground in shock as he suddenly realized what it was. Of course. How could I not see it earlier? He held his head in his hands. The master's dangerous training has obviously gotten to an all-time high, and with all the brain damage, I'm in a coma. The students within hearing range all looked at him. Kaneki blinked and started looking around. And not that it matters, since I'm in a coma, but maybe I shouldn't have said that so loud. He shook his head. Still, it's supposed to be just like a dream, isn't it? I think my brain is the only one in the world that remembers what pain feels like so accurately that I could dream it up. He sighed. When he finally made it to the schoolyard, it was almost empty of students. The few that remained were hurriedly making their way into the building, or alternatively, away from it. Kaneki glanced at the delinquents skipping class and felt a shudder. After years of being beaten down at their hands, he was still unable to shake off the fear that they caused within him, despite having worked to become Ryozanpaku's #1 disciple. And especially now, considering he was back to square one in the martial arts department. Finally, he saw a girl, a bit shorter than the rest, and wearing the wrong uniform, standing in the middle of the campus and looking about as if searching for something. As he got closer to the buildings, she glanced over in his direction and he blinked. It was Kushina the Shikage. Kaneki stopped for a moment and stared at her. Wonder what Shikage-chan's doing outside of class? Wait, the whole uniform is wrong. She doesn't come to this school, he muttered, before walking towards her. She simply stared at him as he got near. Hey, Shikage-chan, he called out, waving, before slowing down to a stop a few feet away from her. Wait a minute, this probably isn't the one I know, is it? He coughed. He looked at her nervously as she gave him that familiar blank stare. Band-Aid. He blinked. Well, at least that's accurate. Yeah? He asked. She nodded, then beckoned him. Come. He blinked as she turned around and started walking away, as if expecting him to follow. Huh? But class? She turned her head slightly and he could see the corner of her eye. Come. The girl started walking again, and Kaneki frowned, but followed her without any further protest. She led him over to the storage shed he often hid in when he was being chased or otherwise avoiding someone, and opened the door, then walked in. He followed and shut the door behind himself. She turned around and faced him, and he blinked, staring at her. You remember? She said. He blinked. Huh? You remember how things should be, she clarified. Your body does not remember, but your mind does. Like me. He frowned. Wait, you mean, you remember too? She nodded. You are the first other that I have encountered as well. He frowned. Wait a minute, if you remember too, then, I'm not the only one. He cheered and started dancing. That's great. I'm not crazy. Yes. This is no time for celebration. He stopped cheering and looked down at her. Well, yeah, I guess, if I'm not crazy, then it really is a coma. She frowned. I cannot confirm or deny that postulation, and though it seems the most likely conclusion, I have been far too lucid for this to be a dream, or anything like it. You. I mean me. I'm in a coma, Kaneki said, indicating himself. And, well, I thought so too, but, he shrugged. I've never been in one before, so, I wouldn't know, really. She nodded. Of course, you would consider this to be your own experience, she muttered. The next most likely conclusion is that I am experiencing severe hallucinations. She mumbled something else and shook her head, and he frowned. But you are an anomaly, which is not consistent with my understanding of that phenomenon. Shikage-chan. He blinked. Don't tell me you think you're the one who's experiencing this weird world? He asked. She nodded. In this situation, both of us would naturally assume such. I know, therefore I am lending each of us to the supposition that we are real, rather than the possibility that we are a figment of someone else's imagination. He frowned. I think I read something like that a while back. She nodded again. Your room is filled with books. You very well may have, she said. He blinked. How did you? Regardless, she interrupted. We are in this together. We must figure out how to right this situation, whether it is some mental affliction of either of ours, or not. He nodded. Yeah, you're right, he said, sitting down. But, I've got no idea how to approach this. I too have no experience in dealing with such a phenomenon, she agreed, joining him on the ground in Caesar. If my suspicions are correct, then your masters, the group collectively known as Ryozan-Pakyu, are either missing or replaced, correct? He nodded. They're all gone. He frowned. Wait, does that mean, Yami, and Wyomi, are they also? She shook her head. From what little information I had been able to glean, the organizations exist, but they are restructured. I had not been able to investigate the matter in detail, however. It would be dangerous and foolish to suddenly approach such people with the information that an insider should have, especially if that information is incorrect in some places. He blinked. Yeah, that's true. They might. He trailed off, frowning. That leaves you as my only possible source of information, and you are as clueless as I am. She lowered her gaze to the ground. The situation is dire. I am willing to put our differences as Wyomai and Katsujinkan aside to work with you. Kanakai shrugged and rubbed his eyes, then looked up at her. He was going to have to start wearing those damned glasses, wasn't he? Well, okay, but, Shikuji-chan, what should we do? We must investigate this matter. Her eyes got a faraway look in them. First, we will find out just how far-reaching these changes are. World history itself may be different. The layout of the city has also changed, and it would help to know what is consistent with our current knowledge. Furthermore, we may not be alone, she said. As this meeting shows, there may well be other individuals who remember how things should be, and they might know more about the situation. He nodded. Okay, I guess I can, look around town, he said. But, how are we supposed to fix this? I mean, if this isn't a coma or something, then, the two sat there in silence for a moment, and he sighed. Shikuji-chan, he started, you remember how to fight, right? She nodded. I remember the forms my master taught me, but my body does not. I had begun remedial training, however. Yeah, I thought so. He looked down at himself. I don't have the money to buy any real training gear, my allowance is terrible, and I don't have a job or anything. There's no way I can really train the way I did with the masters, he said with a sigh. I too have experienced trouble in this matter. However, I should point out that the first masters of our respective arts did not possess such training gear. They made use of the world around them. If we are truly dedicated, then we must do the same. He frowned. You mean like training in the mountains? I've done that a few times, but, she nodded. If that is where you must do it, then, by all means. But there are ways to do it in an urban setting as well, she said. You will have to be creative. He nodded. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for the advice, he said. I'll figure something out. She nodded in return and stood up. In the meantime, we must tend to worldly matters, as unnecessary as it may seem, she said. Huh? He blinked. Oh crap, class. The youth jumped up to his feet as well. We'll have to get in touch later, Shikuji-chan. Die! With that he turned and ran out of the shed at top speed. X Kanakai panted as he walked into the classroom, covered with sweat. The rest of the students were looking at him again and ignored them as he walked over to the desk in front of Mew. She was looking out at the clouds again, and though she noticed him out of the corner of her eye, She went back to looking outside. Feeling a bit discouraged by her inattention, she sat down lamely in the desk in front of her and sighed. Just then, the classroom door slammed open, and everyone looked over at it. Standing there was none other than Kanakai Dogged and Dihijima. The towering pillar of muscle and attitude looked over him and snarled. He whipped an expansive pair of sunglasses off of his face and started walking into the room straight towards Kanakai with an intimidating gait. Suddenly feeling the weight of the other teen's glare, Kanakai shrank in on himself in fear despite himself. This thing before him was not Haruo Nihijima. It was a deadly monster, and he could feel that it wanted to devour his soul right then and there. So Weak Legs Kiichi decided to show up to school on time once. Huh? Even I didn't predict that. The demon sneered as he neared Kanakai, and Kanakai blinked. It had been so long since people had called him Weak Legs Kanakai. It felt strange hearing it again. Kanakai just stared in shock as the fungus-looking Dihijima got closer to him. Then frowned as he realized something. My name is Kanakai, he said, pointing at himself. Dihijima snarled. Trash! Who said you could talk? In a blur Kanakai felt himself hauled up into the air. You sullied my ears with your disgusting voice, you piece of scummy garbage from the bottom of the dumpster. Kanakai stared at Dihijima with a blank expression on his face. He opened his mouth to respond, but the girl sitting behind him beat him to it. Is that really necessary? Both boys turned to look at Mew, who was staring at them. Kanakai's eyes widened as he noticed a silent anger in the girl's eyes. It was alien and foreign on her. It reminded him of what he'd seen in the eyes of a Waiomai or Ragnarok fighter before taking them on. Say, you stay out of this, Furinji, the alien snorted. I'll deal with you later. Suddenly, a piece of chalk hit Kanakai in the face, and he winced. Ouch! He looked up at the door to the class, and the teacher was standing there, watching them with a frown. HMPH. Dihijima-kun. I hope you don't intend to start a fight right before my eyes. Sensei, you missed him, Kanakai muttered weakly. Dihijima just snorted and dropped Kanakai, then sat down where Kanakai had been. Wait, hey, I was sitting there, Kanakai said, getting up to his feet. Beat it, Dihijima said, before grinning and folding his hands over the desk. Unless you're trying to start a fight. Kanakai froze and took a step back, grimacing. If I keep trying, it might look like I was trying to start something, but I was clearly sitting there first. He frowned and looked over at the teacher, who was walking towards the front of the class. Damn it, he sighed and gathered his materials before walking off to find another empty seat. Ugh. -X -X at lunch Kanakai looked for Mew only to see that she had disappeared right away, much like the day before. Spotting Dihijima instead, the other teen noticed him and smirked, then made a throat-slitting motion, which sent a chill down the boy's spine. Suddenly the sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway echoed into the classroom, getting closer until the door slammed open, revealing a panting Kizura Manju. Kanakai blinked as the girl walked into the room. Have you guys seen Kanakai-kun today? She asked. He blinked and raised up a hand. Kizura-san. She immediately whipped her head over to him at a blurring speed. Is her spine okay after that? He shrank back below her gaze. Ken-kun. She ran over to him. Are you okay? What happened yesterday? He blinked. Yesterday? She nodded. Last night. You earned on Tales of Final Star Online 2, The Silver Revenant Feathers of Celestia. The whole room gasped. The team waited for hours. We were going to call you, but Tanimoto-kun kept saying he'll show up in a few seconds. We got worried when you never did. Kanakai blinked. Wait a minute. Tanimoto plays this game too? Kizura went white as sheet. Did you hit your head or something? She started to inspect his body. I knew it. Something happened. Actually, I'm fine. Then again, the whole coma thing, he muttered the last part. Fa. They both stopped and looked over at the source of the sharp laughter. Diajimo was standing up from his desk. That kid misses one session of their little internet game and it makes this sort of commotion. How pathetic. I can't believe this place. He shook his head. The teen put a foot on the window so that Mew had been sitting by and shifted his weight onto it. You pigs disgust me. I'm out of here. With that he turned and leapt out of the window, and Kanakai's eyes widened in shock. HMPH. Fine. Stupid jock. And a show-off at that. Kizura turned around to look at Kanakai with a worried look on her face. Anyway, Kanakai-kun, what happened yesterday? Did you slip and fall down in the shower and hit your head or something? Kanakai winced at her question. No way. Even I'm not that clumsy, he said, pushing Kizura away. I just totally forgot that we had planned that session. Kizura blinked, and then her eyes rapidly widened as she pulled away from him. You really did hit your head, didn't you? She asked, pointing at him. Kanakai frowned. What are you talking about? I'm just fine, Kizura-san. How can you say that, when you're asking about a planned session? She stood up and pointed at him. We grind every night. It's the only reason every member of our party is in the top 10 high scores. Because we devote more time to it than we do breathing. By the time she had finished her brief speech, she was clenching her fist and making a pose. Kanakai grimaced and shrank down in his chair from the bizarre sight. Why do you say that so proudly? Kizura blinked and looked down at him, then blushed and covered her face with a hand. Did I say that out loud? Kanakai sighed. Kizura-san, I'm fine. He sighed and straightened himself in his chair. Listen, about last night, I was thinking about a lot of things, he said. I guess I lost track of time and forgot to even turn the computer on. Kizura suddenly took a few steps back as if she had been physically struck. Forgot to turn on your computer. Her face went pale and she suddenly turned and started running for the door, screaming, "He's possessed!" Kanakai blinked as she ran off down the hall, screaming, "Oh boy, something tells me this isn't going to be very easily dealt with." He sighed and looked down at his untouched food. The encounter with Shikage was still fresh in his mind. Actually, he hadn't been able to focus on anything else that day. He was happy that there was at least someone out there suffering with him, but honestly would have preferred it to have been Mew. It was good luck that the weird delinquent Nihijima was gone for now, but without anyone normal to talk to, he was finding it hard to get on in the day. He just didn't have anything in common with the people in his class. They all remembered things differently than he did, and he was never really the talkative sort anyway, so conversation wasn't happening. Really, the only person he wanted to talk to always mysteriously disappeared during lunch, and the only person that wanted to talk to him, Ranma and Akane. He sighed as he turned to look at the door to the classroom, where Kizura stood, pointing at him. In her other hand she held a torn scrap of notebook paper that was done up like some sort of Shinto ward or some such. "Oh brother," he sighed and looked back down at his lunch and continued eating. "I will release the demons inside of you. Evil spirits, begone!" she cried out, striking a pose and then throwing the paper at him. Hi-ya! It flew several centimeters before abruptly flying off course and slowly floating down to the ground. The rest of the students in the room all went back to minding their own business and Kanakai sighed. "Kanakai-kun?" The young would-be martial artist looked up at the sound of a new, yet familiar voice. There at the door stood none other than Tanimoto Natsu, with a bowl cut and glasses. Kanakai sputtered, "Kikama Tanimoto-kun?" He muttered, near speechless as the other teen walked into the room. Hi," he said weakly, unsure of what to expect from the newcomer. "Hey," the blonde said, kneeling down next to him. "You're not wearing your glasses today. Did something happen to them?" the young man asked. "No, not really," Kanakai said. At least he's a normal person, if not himself." "Oh? Well, all right then," the other teen said, standing up. "Well, you seem okay. What are you talking about?" Kizura demanded from behind him. "He's gone nuts. This is the second day in a row he didn't wear his glasses, and he's missed a quest and 2 grinding sessions now." She looked down at Kanakai and frowned. "Do you know just how much EXP points you've lost these past couple of days?" No," Kanakai muttered, shrinking back from her. "You idiot." The auburn-haired girl stamped her feet. "You fell out of the top 10. You're way behind." She sighed and looked over at Tanimoto. Yeah, sorry about that. It was, you see, something came up, and I didn't have time." Tanimoto frowned. "I thought as much. It must be pretty urgent that you can't even leave us a message about it when you're so calmly eating your lunch here," he said. Kanakai chuckled nervously. Hey, yeah, I've been kinda preoccupied, he muttered weakly. Sorry. The other teen just sighed and ran his hand through his hair. It's okay, but if you could just let us know about these things beforehand, that'd be really nice, he said. But you're going to be on tonight, right? Kanakai frowned. Actually, you see, the other two teens watched as he started to twiddle his thumbs. How do I put this? He turned and looked Tanimoto square in the eyes. I was thinking about quitting. The other two teens stared at him for a long moment and he began to sweat nervously under their intense gaze, until Kizura suddenly fainted. What? So much for normal, Kanakai thought as he stared down at the downed girl while Tanimoto slammed his hands in the young man's desk and got in his face. Why? The blonde demanded. Is she okay like that? Kanakai asked, pointing down at Kizura. Don't dodge the question. Tanimoto snapped. Well, actually, I was just thinking of taking up martial arts. Did someone threaten your life? Was it that girl, Diajima? It was, wasn't it? No, Kanakai blinked, remembering the threatening gesture from earlier. Well, possibly, damn you, Diajima. Matsu balled his fist and slammed it into the table, but it didn't do much more than make a soft meaty thud, which, despite the fact that he knew this wasn't his Tanimoto, surprised Kanakai quite a bit. Hey, Tanimoto-kun, Kanakai said, nervously looking around the room and seeing all creeped out looks they were getting. Maybe you shouldn't talk so loud. The blonde muttered a curse and looked around. You're right, you never know where that bastard's ears are, he mumbled. They are fairly long, Kanakai pointed out. But actually, he's not involved. I just thought it would be nice to change a bit is all, Kanakai said. Matsu frowned and gave him a look of clear disbelief. Something brought this on, the blonde said. What is it? Well, I thought I'd try and reach level 99 in real life, so I'm gonna take karate and some other stuff, Kanakai said with a sheepish grin as he rubbed the back of his head. Man, I hope they buy that. The other teen gave him a half-lid stare, then shook his head and rubbed his face with one hand. And let me guess you got some kind of self-help book to help you through it. Well, Natsu sighed. Lame. Man, I swear, every few months you get into something absolutely ridiculous. The blonde knelt down and grabbed Kizura by the shirt. Well, whatever. Fine. When you're done, we'll have a week-long grind fest or something and everything will be back to normal. He shook the auburn-haired girl awake. Come on, Valkyrie, let's go. Kanakai froze as the girl responded, seeming to awaken. What did you just call her? He asked. Natsu blinked and stared at him. Valkyrie? Kanakai frowned. Ragnarok? He asked. The blonde frowned. What? No, her player name. He said. You sure you're okay, man? Kanakai blinked. Yeah, he said quickly. I just thought, forget it, okay? Natsu shook his head and stood up, Kizura joining him. Well, we're gonna go grind until class starts. Tanimoto turned around and started walking to the door to the classroom. Come on, Valkyrie, he'll be back soon. Just watch. Right? Kizura muttered as she followed right behind. She glanced back at him with a look of concern on her face but kept going. He turned his attention back to his lunch and sighed. Well, somehow, at least that's dealt with, though I doubt it'll last forever. X Usagi X Usagi groaned as she stepped out of the bathroom and into a crowded hallway. A glance at a nearby clock told her that it was already time for a lunch, and there was only one more class left after it. With a sigh she hung her head and slowly walked to her classroom. The pain in her gut had subsided mostly and she was finally, as far as she could tell, empty. When she made it to the classroom, Ami and Minako were waiting at the entrance with concerned looks on their faces. Usagi-chan, are you sick or something? The girl who was sometimes known as Sailor Mercury looked at her friend intently and held up the other girl's lunch. You've been running to the bathroom all morning. Usagi accepted it and groaned. I'm not sure what it is, the blonde whined as she turned and started walking towards the door to the hallway. I'm just glad school is just about over for the week. Well, don't get too relaxed, Ami said. Remember those strange energy readings from yesterday? Usagi frowned as they entered the stairwell and started going down. Did something happen? The blue-haired girl nodded. I received a message from... She quickly looked around, then continued. Sailor Neptune. Both Usagi and Minako blinked. What? Really? The latter blonde asked. Ami nodded. Which, of course, is highly unusual, she said. You know how those two are. Yeah, I thought they preferred to work alone. Minako said with a frown. Right. Anyway, she wanted me to investigate something she found in Mirima with the Mercury computer. Usagi made a face. What? A different ward? Ami nodded. She says a new classmate of hers seems to be involved in something troublesome. She lead both her and Uranus to one of the energy signals I picked up yesterday, claiming a martial arts dojo of some sort would be there. Ami said. It wasn't there at first, but when they approached the area, she thinks they were sucked into some sort of modified, overlaying space, where there was a dojo, but they were quickly sent back. Minako frowned. Is the classmate dangerous? Ami shook her head as they reached the bottom stairs and continued into another hallway. We don't know. But she showed up the same day the new energy signals appeared and lead them right to one, so I'm guessing she's involved. Neptune says the girl claimed to have been kidnapped and given a false identity by an unknown party, but when they tried to take her to where she supposedly actually lived, this phantom dojo of hers and several other places, they found other buildings and people there instead. At first, she and Iruka thought it might be a joke, but after they went to Nirima, she thought there might actually be something to the story. Usagi frowned. That's odd, to say the least, she said. "Oh boy, I hope this doesn't turn into some new big thing." "Well, I agreed to meet with this girl," Ami said. "If there is something going on, then she may be able to help us figure it out." "When are we gonna meet her then?" Minako asked. "Tomorrow's our best bet," Ami said. "Technically, I'm the only one that has to be there, but I'd rather everyone was there to back me up in case things get serious." Minako and Usagi nodded. "We can do tomorrow," the ponytailed haired girl said. "Right, Minako-chan?" "Yeah, we'll be there," Minako said. "Are we going to Nerima today or what?" Ami nodded. "If everyone is free, I'd like to," she said. "It is a pressing matter. -X-Ranma-X in a hidden corner of the school's campus, behind the main building, where trees and grass were plentiful, Ranma moved. Her body flowed softly through a series of forms and strikes swiftly, seamlessly, with both grace and poise, and then she tripped. Despite herself, the redhead screamed as she fell towards the grass, her arms rushing up to absorb the brunt of the fall. She winced on hitting the ground and bit her lip. She'd fallen awkwardly and hit her elbow the wrong way. She turned her body and sat up as the pain echoed throughout her arm, glaring at the offending appendage with disappointment. "Really? Is that really all it takes?" she muttered. She sighed and shook her head. "As out of shape as I am, I'm gonna have to start drilling this stupid body of mine with the most basic of basics. That's gonna take weeks." She growled, but there was no way around it. Before she could even perform the easiest of kata, she would have to get her body used to the movements and establish reflexes, speed, and strength. Reflexes alone would take weeks, but the journey of improving strength and speed was one without end to a martial artist of her caliber, and she was going to have to start from scratch. As she started to consider what basic forms to practice, she felt a tingling in her awareness, that nagging sort of feeling that one was being watched, and without really thinking, turned around and looked up. There was a tree with thick branches above her, and she could not clearly see through it, but that familiar feeling remained. She closed her eyes and expanded her awareness to the ambient sky that reverberated throughout the area from the grass beneath her, the many insects crawling on and through the dirt, the energy of the earth itself, and finally the tree, whose massive life force brimmed with healthy energy. Except for that spot of unmistakably malevolent energy in the center of the branches. She opened her eyes and stood up. With her mind in that state, she could see the pulse of life clinging to those objects in the form of dim orbs, both sheathed around them like a second skin and bleeding off in every direction in steady waves. "You again?" she demanded, seeing and yet not seeing the yokai she'd met the day before. The branches hid his body from sight, but his aura shone through clearly, a black outline against the green of the tree. "What do you want?" He snorted and crossed his arms, but did not answer, and she frowned. "You're the one behind this whole body-switching thing, aren't you?" she growled, clenching her fists. "Well, tell me." "I'm not." She blinked. "Huh?" She frowned, then scratched her head. Then what the hell are you stalking me for? That is my business, he said simply. She frowned. I think I have a right to know, she said. Then you are delusional. Or stupid. Probably both. She growled again. Listen, pal, you are really starting to piss me off. He snickered. Even ignoring your penchant for cliches, considering your performance just a few seconds ago, you are more likely to hurt yourself than me. She narrowed her eyes. Oh yeah? The would-be martial artist closed her eyes and focused on finding her center. A moment later, anyone watching the scene would have seen her seem to disappear. Ranma made her way to and climbed up the tree where the yokai was watching and positioned herself behind him. When she reached him, she looked down at him in surprise. He was a lot shorter than she'd expected. Almost a whole head shorter than she was, and with a thin frame to boot. He was wearing the same all-black ensemble from before, a black trench coat, black pants, and combat boots, while his hair was massive unruly black spikes, a white streak near the front and top. As she crept up behind him, she studied his yuki closely. It was malevolent, but somehow calm. It seemed to lack the insatiable hunger for violence that most yokai radiated suddenly. All instinct screamed for her to move, and she did, falling roughly to the side and almost off of the tree. She quickly compensated and used her momentum to swing her body down, underneath the branch, and sling herself back up. She was momentarily surprised to see his back again, as he was now facing the other direction and holding a sword, its blade in the space where her head had been only seconds before. Hachen, the yokai made an amused sound and subtly looked around, the only moving part of his body being his eyes. Ranma frowned, taking a step back from him. Oh? The demon turned to look at her. A spot under the bandana tied around his forehead started to glow pink in the shape of an oval. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to try and sneak up on dangerous people, little girl? It doesn't work on demons, she thought with a frown. No, it seemed to work for a bit. He saw through it somehow. I'll have to work on that. Ranma crossed her arms. First off, I'm not a girl, she said. Second, she narrowed her eyes. You're stalking me. Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? He chuckled. You don't have the ability to threaten me. I have no reason to explain myself to you. Listen, pal, you're gonna tell me just what's going on here, and you're gonna help me fix it, she declared. The yokai snorted and said nothing, instead letting an amused expression appear on his face, and Ranma scowled and balled up her fists. You think you're that much better than me? Huh? Fine. Let's see what's so great about you. She leapt at him with a kick, but he simply raised an eyebrow and bent slightly to the side, letting her fly over him. Ranma quickly reached out and grabbed hold of a tree branch to arrest her momentum and twisted her body, swinging her foot down at him. He quickly twisted out of the way and slammed his elbow in her thigh as it passed, eliciting a pained hiss from the redhead. She brought her legs up to the branch she was holding onto and pushed off of it, then twisted in the air and flew at him with a punch ready. The yokai caught her fist when she swung, then slammed his own into her nose, and Ranma cried out in pain and surprise as she fell down from the tree to the ground. She recovered from the shot quickly enough to turn in the air and land on her hands, using her kai to reinforce her arm strength and absorb the shock. She grunted upon landing as pain shot up through her arms, and knew that if it hadn't been for the control she had, both of them would have been broken by the fall. Damn it, she thought, sitting up and glaring at the yokai in the tree. Pathetic, but no less than I expected. The yokai snorted. She growled. If it wasn't for this stupid body. Ranma frowned as she felt something wet on her face and reached up. She brought her hand away and her frowned at the blood that was on it. She made a frustrated sound and wiped it off on her shirt, then looked over at the demon with her fists clenched. I'm gonna kick your ass, she said. Just watch. He snorted. I don't think you'll live long enough to do that, he said, turning around. Without another word, he leapt out of the tree and faded from sight. She let out a roar of frustration and slammed her fists down into the ground. Blood gathered on her chin and dripped down onto the grass, and remembering her situation, she reached up and pinched her nose. Even if I train my body, I'll have a glass jaw if I don't find a good sparring partner, and drilling the forms can only take you so far. She realized. Maybe I should find a dojo, but then again, they'll want me to focus on learning their forms, and things might get complicated. Ranma sighed and sat down, making sure to keep her nose held tight. Maybe the karate club. Then again, most karate clubs don't have people at the level I'd need. Man, it looks like Ryuga might be my only hope. X Usagi X Usagi Tsukino looked down at her packed lunch with a sigh. Having learned from the most brilliant minds the entire solar system had to offer for most of her life kind of set the bar pretty high already. But not only was she not going to a common school, but she was in the past. She really couldn't understand what her mother was thinking, sending her back then. Now, the Senshi and her father had all surprisingly agreed with the idea. Oh, so there had to be something to it that she just wouldn't have access to in her home time and situation. One thing was for sure, she'd gotten used to being a royal crown princess, no less what with all of the celebrity and privileges it came with. But it was definitely good to take a break from all of that. Tsukino Usagi, huh? The pink-haired pony-tailed girl looked up, hearing the familiar, yet slightly different voice. Tanu Haruko was looking back at her from her own chair with an eyebrow raised. She noticed that the seat ahead of her was empty, but there had been a girl with a stylish red pigtail sitting there earlier. You know, you have the same name and a similar hairstyle as a girl I know. The girl who was once known as Chiba USA looked over at the boyish blonde with a grin. Yup. Haruka made a face that indicated she was confused, and Chiba USA laughed lightly. I don't get it, the blonde admitted. You're not her, are you? I'm pretty sure she was still in middle school. That's right, Usagi said. And I'm going to go ahead and assume you know who I'm talking about, Haruka said. I live with her, the pink-haired girl admitted. Haruka frowned. Who are you? HM? I'm Sakino Usagi. You know what I mean. The other girl said with a frown. Why don't you figure it out? You're good at that, Usagi said with a smirk. HMPH. The blonde narrowed her eyes. You wouldn't happen to know anything about Ranma, would you? The blonde asked. Ranma? Chiba USA asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes or no? The pink-haired girl shrugged. Depends. Haruka frowned. Why don't you give me a straightforward answer? Chiba USA gestured with her chin over towards the door, where a red-haired pig-tailed girl stood. Haruka blinked, and Ranma walked over to her desk and sat down with a frustrated sigh. The blonde frowned upon noticing a spot of blood on the other girl's shirt, and opened her mouth to speak, but the redhead beat her to it. Hey, Haruka, the girl started. You ever thought of taking martial arts seriously? The blonde blinked as her own question died in her throat. I take martial arts seriously, she said with narrowed eyes. Does this have to do with why there's blood on your shirt? The redhead shook her head and held up a hand. No, I mean lit in it. Haruka frowned. What do you mean? The redhead sighed, and Usagi started eating her lunch as the girl went into a spiel. Listen. Some people learn martial arts for the sake of a better lifestyle, and some people live for the sake of a better martial arts. Every waking moment is dedicated to honing your skill, and you are willing to do whatever it takes, even if it could be potentially fatal. For the art, no sacrifice is too great, and every increment of improvement is a valuable step on your never-ending journey to perfection, an ideal you acknowledge cannot be reached, but always strived for. The blonde silently considered it for a moment, and Usagi could tell the other girl was seriously considering it. The pink-haired girl considered it herself as Haruka finally reacted. I suppose that would be the next step, the blonde surmised. One day, the thrill I get from racing may not be enough. But when I think like that, Haruka chuckled and shook her head. I'm assuming this is related to the blood. Oh, I fell out of a tree. Ranma admitted. Hit my nose on a branch on the way down. Other than that, fine. Fell out of a tree. Haruka frowned. Are you sure you're fine? Yeah. Ranma said. If you say so. The blonde glanced at Usagi as Ranma stretched her arms high over her head. What brought up your question, anyway? Oh, I'm looking for a sparring partner, Ranma admitted. I need someone who can dedicate as much time as I am planning to. It's impossible to improve yourself if you can't identify your own weaknesses. And to do that requires you fight as many different people and styles as possible. Usagi raised an eyebrow. You're a martial artist? She asked, interest leaking into her voice. You don't strike me as one. Ranma turned to look at her. Yeah, but I'm out of practice for reasons that are beyond my control. That all stops today? Oh, she said. The pink-haired girl sat back and regarded her. After a moment, she shrugged and went back to eating. Ranma and Iruka were silent as the blonde contemplated the other girl's words, then turned to face her. I think I'll pass on that for now, the blonde said. But one day, I might take you up on it. Ranma nodded once, then turned away. I never really thought about it, but Voyage's training trip helped me out in ways I'd never considered, she said with a sigh. Whatever. I'll figure something out. Usagi snuck a glance at the redhead. Could that be it? HMM, non-X-X-X when the bell rang, Usagi stood up and gathered her bag with a sigh, as she headed to the door. Finally, she muttered with a sigh. When she reached the door, oh, she was openly surprised to see one Setsunami standing right outside, looking at her with a smile. How was your first day? The woman asked as she stepped to the side to let other students file out. Woo! She hugged the older woman, then stood back and looked up at her. Why are you here? I thought you were. The woman held up a finger to the mouth and winked. Let's just see, your mother saw fit to give me another extended vacation. Besides, technically I am there and here. So, your day? The pink-haired girl shrugged. If it was okay, then it was okay, and she wasn't going to complain. Boring. Everything they're teaching, I learned years ago. The green-haired woman sighed. Well, you're not here for the academics. The pink-haired girl frowned. Then why am I here? You know I can't tell you that. But, useless. The senshi of Pluto chuckled. Be that as it may, she separated from the teen. Escama Setsunan. The two of them turned to look at the door, where Michiru, Ranma, and Iruka were standing, looking at them. You're... Ranma looked from the green-haired woman to Iruka, who was apparently struggling to put her thoughts together verbally, and Michiru spoke up. You're looking well, the aquamarine-haired girl said with a smile. Considering the last time we saw you. Setsunan gave a small smile of her own back to the other three. I've been better, I assure you. Miss Fujibayashi, have you decided on which club you'd like to join? Ranma blinked as Michiru and Setsunan looked at her, then shrugged. Is there a go-home early club? If not, I guess karate, she said with a sigh. Then karate it is, the woman said with a nod. I'll inform the student council for you. I'll show you where the karate club meets. She looked down at Usagi. What about you? Have you put any thought into it yet? The pink-haired girl blinked, then shook her head. No, I've been trying to figure this stupid situation out all day, she said with a sigh. Setsunan chuckled. You shouldn't worry about it. Here, clubs are starting soon, so why don't I take Miss Fujibayashi to the karate club, and we can talk about it after. She looked down at Iruka and Michiru. Miss Kainu, Miss Tenhu. I'll contact you when necessary. Until then, you should get to your clubs." The two teens nodded and turned to leave, and she turned and started walking. "Miss Sakino, Miss Fujibayashi, please come this way." X. When school was out, Kanakai was only mildly surprised to see Shikage waiting for him outside. "Hey, Shikage-chan," he said with a wave as he walked over to her. "Did you figure anything new out?" She shook her head. "I was unable to make effective use of my time during school," she admitted, grabbing him by the wrist and took off running. "Come quickly. We must begin the investigation." "Huh? Hey, I can walk on my own, you know." X. A moment later, the two of them were panting and sweating, and walking at a more sedate pace. "Remind me not to do that again," Shikage said, stopping to lean against a light pole. "I do not have nearly as much stamina as I am used to." "This Shikage-chan," Kanakai said, stopping to sit down on the sidewalk. "Don't do that again." "That is not what I meant," she said, joining him on the ground. "Where are we going, anyway?" he asked, looking down at her. "Diner." He blinked and looked over at her. "A diner?" She nodded and reached into her book bag, then retrieved a 1,000-yen note and held it up to him with a look of wonderment on her face. "I received this from my foster parents." He blinked and looked at her. "What are you getting at a diner with just that?" he asked. "Ice cream," she said with a fierce nod. Shikage-chan," Kanakai said with a smile, "you can just go to an ice cream parlor. I'm sure there's one nearby," he said. She looked at him with confusion. "There is a place that deals exclusively in ice cream?" she asked. "Yes," he said with a smile. She grabbed him by the shirt with both hands and pulled him until they were face to face. "Why did you not tell me this sooner? You will take me there at once." He shrank back at the fierce look in her eyes. Sure, just calm down." X. "Well, at least little things like this are still the same," Kanakai said with a happy sigh as he sat down at a table. Shikage set down a platter with a veritable mountain of scoops of different flavors of ice cream in front of her and stared at it with drool dripping from her mouth, and Kanakai chuckled. "You know, you're supposed to eat it," he said. "Not watch it." "I am contemplating where to begin," she muttered. He sighed. "So anyway," he started, leaning back in his chair, "I was thinking, we should probably make a list of the differences we notice between this world and the one we know," he said. "Shikage-chan, what do you?" The would-be martial artist trailed off, noticing how intently she was still squaring off with the mountain of sugar. "Well, that's okay. I should probably try and find out what happened to the other members of the Alliance. Kizura-san, Tanimoto and Miyajima I've seen, but Takeda, Yukita, Freya, Thor, Sieg and the others are all unaccounted for." He reached into his book bag and retrieved a notepad and pencil, then started listing the names of Ryozanpaku and Shinpaku members, and putting various comments on the ones of the people he knew. The status of Sakaki Shishu is out there somewhere. Apashai-san, Shigeru-san and Bide-sensei might be too. If they remember how the world is supposed to be, they might be able to help figure this whole mess out. We just have to find them. He stopped and looked over at Shikage. Hey, Shikage-chan, did you try to get in touch with your own master? She looked over at him. Yes. I was unable to, she said. Then she started eating. He blinked. I guess that's that. -X Ranma-X Ranma sighed as she stood before the limousine with a familiar man sitting in the driver's seat. I could leave, she thought, frowning and looking around. I could leave, use some pocket change to get supplies, and go on a real training trip without dealing with this bullshit. She looked down at the limo and narrowed her eyes. The idea was becoming more attractive by the second. If I do that, oh, I'll never find out what happened to everyone. She blinked once, then opened the door and sat down inside the limo. I'll wait for 1 week. If Ryuga doesn't call me, then I'm booking it to China after I whip myself back into shape. Maybe I can hang around some small villages or something before I go. Young miss, are you okay? Ranma looked up at the chauffeur. You seem a bit upset. She sighed. Let's just go. The man stared at her for a moment, then nodded and started driving. -X Ranma stared out at the city as the limo took her to the mansion. She hadn't done it yet because of various distractions, but she'd made it a habit to learn the layout of any area she was in so she could get from place to place without any hassle. Being able to route thought made it a lot easier for urban and suburban areas, and back in Nirima, Ranma could be anywhere she wanted to in 10 to 20 minutes without ever getting in a vehicle. Now that her body was lacking, she was starting to fully appreciate the distance from one place to another. When the driver turned into the familiar upscale neighborhood, they passed by a park with extensive gardens and natural scenery, and Ranma mentally noted the location as they started going up the street. When they pulled into the roundabout before the mansion's main entrance, Ranma opened the door immediately and stepped out, taking her bag with her. She glanced at the girly design and cute knickknacks with a disgusted frown, but shook her head and turned her attention to her surroundings. The butler was already driving the limousine away as he started walking along the stone path that split in both directions and lead to the main entrance. You'd think people would have something better to spend their money on, she thought with a frown as she made her way up the stairs and to the 2 large doors. When she opened them, she found a maid already waiting for her in the foyer. Welcome back, young miss, the woman said with a polite bow. Ranma blinked. Hi. The woman giggled. Dinner will be ready at 7, the maid said. Is there anything you need at the moment? None, Ranma said as she started walking towards the only door in the elaborately decorated room whose other side she was familiar with. I'm gonna be going out for a walk and hanging around that park down the street, So, let people know, she said. Certainly, young miss. X. Ranma frowned as she rifled through the drawers in her room. There were a number of outfits that she knew would look good on her, but nothing that was appropriate for training in. After a few moments of searching, she was able to find some black yoga pants and a red sports bra that looked practically unworn. Well, it's not a doggy, but it's better than nothing, she thought as she started to unfasten her shirt. The redhead unceremoniously tossed the white shirt onto the floor and started to undo her bra. As she took it off and glanced at it in disgust, she absently wondered why they were so mandatory. Most girls said they helped support their breasts, but Ranma herself fell into the category of girls who could never find the perfect fit, and whose straps always bit painfully into the shoulder, and of course, it always reminded her of the worst thing that had ever happened to her. She was also mildly convinced that one of her breasts was a little bit bigger than the other, too, which did not help. Ranma looked down at the offending breast with an eyebrow raised and cupped each one in a corresponding hand, trying to compare the two. After a moment, and convincing herself that maybe she was just seeing things, she just sighed and resumed changing her clothes, and, when she was finished, stepped back to look at herself in the vanity mirror. "Meh," she thought, poking her slight belly. "I'll be rid of you soon enough. Still look good, too." She smirked and turned around, checking herself out. If only Akane could be as sexy as me. Ah, well, not everyone is perfect. X Usagi X, man. Why do we have to do this today? Usagi whined as she walked along the sidewalk with Ami and Minako by her side. The three had gone to their respective homes and now wore casual clothes. "I've barely got enough change for a one-way trip, and all those perverted molesters on the train make me ill. I'll help cover the trip back," Ami said. "We'll be fine if we stick together." "Yeah, Odango," Minako said. "Besides, those perverted molesters will be there tomorrow, anyway, so it's not like it matters." The three girls stopped in front of the train station and started looking around for their friends, and were in turn spotted by them. "Oi-ai! Usagi-ai!" They all turned at Mikoto's voice and saw her standing with Ray near a bike stand. "Mako-chan!" The blonde called back and waved with a grin as she and her two companions started walking over to them. "What's the happy haps?" Ami and Minako looked at her. "Happy haps?" Ami asked. "I heard it on TV," Usagi admitted as the two groups met. "Hey you guys," Mikoto said. "So we're going to Nerima, right?" "Yes," Ami said. "I figured we could go today because it was a half day, and if we do it today we won't have to on our day off." "Sounds good to me," Ray said as they started walking together. "What exactly is going on so far? Can you tell?" "Well, it seems what the Mercury computer has been detecting are chronospatial schisms, ruptures in the fabric of space and time. The computer has been scanning these energy signatures and searching for similar signals since yesterday. At first, I thought it had been a static event, but they seem to be increasing in number, radiating out from the southeast, she said. Near Kyoto. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kyoto? Minako asked, oddly turning to look at her. How are we supposed to deal with something that far? That's one heck of a commute. I'm not sure, Ami said with a sigh. But these ruptures in space are appearing all over the country, and will have appeared over all of Japan by tonight. Strangely, they seem to be disappearing just as quickly. The one that was in Nirima may already be gone. What can we do about it? What are these ruptures even doing? Ray asked. It doesn't seem like there is much we can do, the blue-haired girl admitted. At the same time, there doesn't seem like anything needs to be done so far. Despite the waves of ruptured space, I haven't detected attacks on civilians or anything similar to previous enemy activity. As far as I can tell, these things are harmless. We're just checking it out because it's the closest one, and there may be something we can find out there. Usagi blinked. Really? So nothing's happening? The blonde asked. Of course something's happening, stupid. Ray snorted, rolling her eyes. We just don't know what. She just said we're going there to find out what we can. Hey, I'm not stupid. Usagi barked, but was ignored. Wait a second, Mikoto prompted, putting a hand on her hip. What about that girl you told us about in the text? Sailor Neptune's classmate? And didn't you detect a negative energy signal during school yesterday near where some kid got beat up? Ami nodded and folded her computer back up, replacing it in her bag. We'll have to talk to her, she said. She might be able to tell us something about what's going on, and if we should really be worried or not. As for that negative energy, well, it may be separate from this, but I doubt it. Still, unless it appears again, this is our only real lead. X. Sometime later, the group of 5 stood before the house on a relatively large property. This is the place? Ami said as she fished in her bag for the Mercury computer. It looks normal enough, Mikoto said as she and the others looked around. You sure this is it? Let me see, the blue-haired girl said as she recovered the device and flipped it open. Yes. This is it, she said, looking up. There are still traces of energy here, only traces. Ray frowned. I can feel it in the air, like a gathering of chaotic energy, she said, closing her eyes. There is a great deal of drama in the area, and disjointed at that, but it is dissipating. Ami agreed. I'm worried about this gathering of energy, Ray said with a frown as she turned to look at the house. It just gives me the chills. I've never run into something like this before. What could have caused it? It might be directly or indirectly related to the rupture, but I haven't seen anything indicating that yet. None of the other locations had anything like this, Ami said as she tapped some keys on the computer. It seems to be the result of an unstable spell matrix. The other 4 girls blinked and looked at her. Spell matrix? There was some type of magical spell or enchantment that, for a lack of a better phrase, seems to have spontaneously exploded. Come, should we be worried? Reed asked. Not from what I can see. The mana that was woven into it is hanging around the area, but it will dissipate completely soon. Maybe a day or two. Wait a minute, Usagi said. Why would there have been a magic spell here? The five girls stood there in silence. I mean, every magic-using person we've run into to date has either been another one of us or an enemy. Is it just me? Or does this seem like bad news? That's a good point, Minako muttered. If there's someone who can use magic running about, chances are it's a bad guy. We've already met the senshi of every planet, haven't we? Well, as far as we know, yes, Ami said. But there could be one for our own star, Sol, or other moons, Let me see. She started to rapidly tap some commands into the little device. We haven't run into a Sailor Earth, Makoto pointed out. I don't think there is one, Ami said. I'll look into it later. Oh. Well, if there's nothing we can do here, Usagi said, sighing. We may as well go home. Man, what a wasted trip. Excuse me. A voice called out from the side, and the five girls turned to face a young man. Could you girls direct me to the Tendo Dojo? Almost immediately four of the five girls were stricken by his appearance. He wore a yellow tunic and black trousers, wore a large backpack and carried an umbrella over one shoulder. The fringes of his hair were a rough mop that was kept out of his eyes by a yellow bandana with black polka dots. His face was slightly effeminate, but worn and rugged, and he had a prominent fang. I'm sorry, I really seem to be lost, he said. I think the area has been renovated since the last time I was here. Oh, we're not from around here either, Ami said. The youth looked surprised by this, but his expression quickly changed to one of dismay. I'm sorry, we're not sure where any local dojos would be. Ah, okay, sorry to bother you, he said, turning to walk away. Wait. He blinked and stopped as Minako and Makoto suddenly appeared at each side, wrapping an arm around his. What's your name? I'll help you find your dojo, Makoto offered. What? No, I'll help him, Minako said. H.L. The young man seemed taken aback by the sudden attention, but quickly recovered. Wait, really? Oh, thank you. Ami frowned as she recalled something. Excuse me, the dojo you are looking for, what can you tell me about it? She asked, reaching into her bag and retrieving the Mercury computer. She opened it and started tapping a few keys, and he looked over at her. Well, it's called the Tendo Dojo. The head instructor is a master of his own personal branch of an obscure style, he explained. It's actually very similar to my family's style. Oh? What's it called? Reed asked, raising an eyebrow. Musabetsukaku Ryu, he said. I only know of two other masters in the style. Indiscriminate grappling? Makoto frowned. I've never heard of that. Well, like I said, it's very obscure, he said with a nod. It's a composite of styles from around the world, like karate, jiu-jitsu, kung fu, wushu, muay thai, and even some Western variations, like sambo and wrestling. Apparently, in order to learn it properly, you actually have to travel around and study with foreign masters. Being able to switch styles in the middle of a fight, as well as string together attacks and utilize tenets from more than one at a time is the main idea, he said. There are also a number of original attacks that take movements from the other styles. Oh, Ray frowned. That sounds a bit unusual, she said. Is that even practical? Can they take on students like that? It seems like it would take years just to learn the basics of all of those different styles. Yes, but on the plus side they can teach pretty much any style they want, he said with a shrug. Wow, Makoto started, sounding genuinely impressed. I'd love to check this place out. That all sounds very interesting, but, Ami started, and the other girls all turned to look at her. Would you happen to know the dojo's address? He blinked. Oh, yes, he said. I stay there a lot, so, he cleared his throat and gave it to them. Ami simply nodded, while the other girls all looked at each other, then at the house they'd all been sent to investigate. I see, the blue-haired teen said with a nod. What did you say your name was? He blinked. Oh, sorry, I forgot to, he admitted sheepishly, rubbing his head. Hibiki Ryuga. Pleased to meet you, he said. I'm Kino Makoto. Nice to meet you. Ino Minako, at your service. Ryuga blinked. He looked over at the other three. So, do you know where it might be based on that? Ami shook her head. My apologies. I see. He nodded and pulled away from the girls on his side. Well, you girls be careful around here, okay? This particular area can be dangerous at the wrong time of day. Wait, Minako said. Are you going to be free later? She asked. He blinked. I don't know, he said nervously. I'd really gotta find this dojo. Well, in that case, she said, reaching into her bag and retrieving a scrap of paper. Here, my phone number. Call me when you get a chance, okay? She winked and slid the paper into his hand, and he blinked, looking down at it. What? You cheater! Makoto cried out. Wait, let me write mine on there too, she said, snatching the paper away from him. Hey, who said you could use that? Minako demanded as she tried to take it back from the taller girl, who had somehow gotten out a pen and was writing her phone number on it as well. Get your own paper. Here, Makoto said as she turned back to face Ryuga, only to see that he was gone. Huh? Where'd he go? The other girls turned to look from her and Minako to the young man and noticed as well. That was rather quick, Ami said. Gee, you two clowns scared him off. Ray shouted. I didn't even get a chance to introduce myself. Sorry. The two chuckled nervously, then shared a heavy sigh. "We're pathetic, aren't we?" Ami laughed. "Well, we should get going," she said. "What should we do when we get back?" "Well, I blew a lot of my allowance on this trip," Usagi said with a sigh. "You guys wanna hang out at my place? We can try playing some of my brother's new games," she said. "What kind of games are they?" Ami asked as the group started walking. "I don't know. He just got them a few days ago," she said. X X outside the ice cream parlor, Shikage was cradling her head as she and Kanakai walked down the sidewalk. "Ugh, my head and stomach. You shouldn't have eaten so much ice cream all at once," Kanakai admonished. "Don't worry, it'll go away." He looked down at the notepad. "Well, Miu-san said that Sakaki Shishu was a very popular sensei," he said. "Maybe we should start with him." Shikage looked up at him. "How would we go about doing that?" she asked, fighting off a wince. Well, he scratched his head. "I guess we could always ask her." Shikage nodded. "Then call her." "Right," the martial artist said, reaching into his pocket and retrieving his cell phone. After dialing Miu's number, he held it up to his ear and waited. After a moment of ringing, her voice answered. "Hello. Hi, you've reached the phone of Furinji Miu. I'm not available, so please leave a message and I will try to respond." There was a beep and he sighed. Hi, Miu-san. It's me Kanakai, you know, Onaka's brother anyway. I was just wondering if you could tell me more about Sakaki-sensei. I know you said he has a lot of... There was another beep and a woman's voice began talking. "If you would like to send your message as is, please press 1. Oh come on." Kanakai groaned. "I wasn't even done." "Kamo would like to re-record the message. Press 3. He pressed 3 and held it up to his ear again. "Miu-san, it's Onaka's brother, Kanakai. Please call me back whenever you can," he said. He brought it away and sighed, then pressed 1. Message sent. He sighed and pocketed the phone again. "Well, I guess we're going to have to wait on that," he said, looking down at Shikage. "What now?" Shikage pointed at him. "You forgot to give her your phone number." He frowned. "I'm sure she has colored." She narrowed her eyes. "And if she doesn't?" He opened his mouth, then closed it several times, then finally sighed and reached into his pocket once more. X After yet another phone call, the two were walking down the sidewalk again in silence. So, Kanakai said, looking down at Shikage. "Yes?" she asked, looking at him. "What are we doing now?" She stared at him. "I thought you had a plan." He stared back at her. The two stood there in silence for a moment. I don't," he admitted. "The only thing we've got to go on is the possibility that Miu-san knows more about Sakaki Shishu," he said. "There must be some way for us to gather information," she said. "What would you use to look up where people live?" He blinked. "Telephone directory?" The internet? I don't know. She nodded. Then we shall. He shrugged. Beats standing around, I guess, he agreed. I have both at my house. We can do it there. X as they neared Kanekai's house. Shikage suddenly stopped walking. Kanekai looked over at the younger girl and blinked. Shikage-chan? Something wrong? He asked. We are surrounded, she said. 9 of them. Kanekai blinked and looked around. What? He muttered. He looked around the street as paranoia started to set in. There were plenty of places for someone to be hiding. He was at the end of a bridge over some canal. There was a tall brick fence on the opposite of the side of the bridge and various other obstacles, such as light poles, mailboxes and the like in his line of sight. Interesting. He frowned upon hearing Miyajima's voice, as the man in question stepped out from behind the corner of the fence, a hand in each pocket. Kanekai blinked. The other teen was wearing an expansive suit complete with a tie. The other 8 stepped out of various hiding spaces as well in groups of 2 and 3. I'd known you were a freak, Kenshi, but I didn't think you were a lolicon. What? Kanekai blinked. Miyajima want that Shikage. Where did you pick your little escort up, anyway? The corner of a primary school? Kanekai gagged, while Shikage looked up at Kanekai with a frown. You are a lolicon? She asked. No. 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 I am not a lolicon. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Ugh. What do you want, Miyajima? I think it's obvious what we came here for. Weak legs Kachi. The fungus Miyajima pounded one fist into the other. My name, it's Kanekai, the martial artist replied with a small sigh. Shut up. Who cares about the name of trash? Break his pony. Miserable legs. The thugs all grinned and chuckled as they started to approach. Kanekai took stock of all of them best he could with his bad eyes, then narrowed them. I can do this. Even with this weak body, if I remember the training. He looked straight ahead, his stance becoming more firm. Miyajima frowned. He seems to know a thing or two. The suit-wearing teen muttered and raised an eyebrow. But he doesn't move like a fighter at all. What are you idiots waiting for? He's just imitating something he saw in a movie. What I'm doing was taught to me by people way more dangerous than you see in movies. Kanekai snorted. The men all roared and started charging for him. When the first one was in range, he stepped around a punch and retaliated with one of his own to the man's sternum, followed by an uppercut. He swerved his body around to avoid a punch from behind and grabbed the person behind him and tossed them over his shoulder. He looked over at Shikage and noticed that one of the men was lying on the ground in front of her, groaning in pain. What the hell? Miyajima narrowed his eyes at the 2 in the middle of the commotion and frowned. The rest of his flunkies were staring at them in confusion. So you do know a thing or two. Hair. That should make breaking you all the more fun. 2-8. Break weak legs, pony weak legs. Hey, come on. Kanakai said nervously as the men started to take out weapons. What about the girl, boss? One of the men asked. Do I look like I care about little girls? Dihijimot asked the man with a frown. Really? The man shrugged. Whatever. Kanakai sighed as Shikij moved to stand back to back with him. The gangsters surrounded them and approached. Remember not to get too close to my back, she said, glancing at him. Oh man, Kanakai muttered as one of them leapt at him with a knife. He redirected the blade with his right hand and punched the man in the face with his left, then took hold of the man's wrist and heaved, swinging him into the gangster to his right, while raising his left foot and kicking to his left, hitting the man there mid-lunge, in the stomach and knocking the wind out of him. He slammed his elbow into the man's face and ducked under a wild haymaker from the front, taking hold of the man's arm and using his own momentum to fling him overhead. He turned to face the stunned gangster to his left and kicked him in the stomach, knocking him away. The young martial artist took a defensive stance as he surveyed the three men who were lying pinned on the ground. One of them was stunned, but the two he'd knocked into each other were recovering. He took a glance at Shikij to see that she was in much the same situation. The young Liaomai fighter had just brutally slammed the man he'd sent overhead into one of the men on the ground before her, and the two were groaning in pain. There were three more who were standing up and scowling at her. You little shits, one of the men muttered, and Kanakai frowned as he held his knife up. I'll kill you both. No. Stop. The entire group turned to face Nihijima in confusion. The suit-wearing teen was walking towards Kanakai and Shikij with a scowl. Your Saikuken is near perfect. You can accurately predict the movements of your foes and consciously react, and you also have textbook perfect technique. He assumed a stance of his own. But you have no power, speed, or reflex, as if you've never trained a day in your life, which makes absolutely no sense. He narrowed his eyes. How the hell does that happen? I really wish I knew. Kanakai admitted. HMPH. I'll still break you. Dihijima shouted out. Before he could move, something dropped in between Kanakai and Dihijima from above, and they all froze. Kanakai froze and blinked, seeing Mew crouched in front of him. She slowly stood up and the group backed away. Kanakai's eyes went wide. This aura. It's nothing like peaceful Musan's aura at all. It's like, back then, he resisted the urge to back away in fear as his mind flashed back to the time Kanushu had sent the blonde into a berserk rage. It was more subdued than that time, but definitely the same. The blonde turned and looked over at Kanakai. The look of concern in her eyes threw him off. Kanakai-san, you're safe? Yeah, he said, scratching his head. She's worried about me. She smiled. Good. I'm glad I made it in time. She suddenly turned over to look at Nihijima. Get lost. Unless you want me to break you and your friends. Kanakai's lip trembled. So you and me like? Nihijima frowned. HMPH. Boys, that's enough for now. the long-haired teen said. The thugs all growled and backed away. Hey boss, why don't you fight her? You can take her. One of them said, pointing at the blonde. Shut up, idiot. Do you think I really want to tire myself out before tonight? The alien said, glaring at the man. We've dallied enough as it is. I expected weak legs to go down quickly enough that it wouldn't have mattered we'd stopped. But at this rate, we'll be late. Let's go. With that, he turned and started walking, and Kanakai grinned at him. Ah, good old Tijima, fastest running legs in the world, the teen thought. He looked over at Mew as the thugs made their retreat. But, why didn't you just start attacking? I thought you hated guys like that, he asked. She smiled at him, and all of his feelings of anxiety towards her faded away. Grandfather always said to give them a chance to surrender. Her smiles are still the same, he thought with a euphoric grin. But Kanakai-san, Mew's look changed to one of curiosity. I didn't know you knew martial arts. He blinked. Ah, well, I guess you could say I've trained a little here and there, he said with a small grin, scratching his head. Really? She smiled. You'll have to tell me about it sometime. The blonde looked down at Shikage, who was staring at her. Who's your friend? Huh? Kanakai blinked, then looked down at Shikage. Well, this is Kushinada Shikage-chan, he said. She goes to the middle school near ours. Mew smiled. Oh, your friend? He blinked, then nodded. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Kushinada-san, Mew said with a polite bow. Shikage reciprocated. Nice to meet you, Furinji-san. Mew blinked and looked up in confusion. Huh? I told her about you, Kanakai said. Oh, okay. Mew giggled. Right, of course. Well, I've got to go pick up Onaka-chan. Stay out of trouble now, okay? She grinned and waved, then turned and crouched down to lead. Kanakai blinked at how quickly she'd gotten ready to leave, and held a hand out towards her. Ah! Wait! She blinked. What is it? I was wondering if you could tell us how to reach Sakakishio-sensei, he said. I know he's busy, but I still would like to try and meet him, he said. Mew blinked, then stood and turned to look at him. Sakaki-sensei? Well, his dojo is in Azerbaijan, she said. More than that, I can't say. He likes to be secretive because too many people are looking for him already, she said with a shrug. Sorry, I can't be of help. Shikage frowned. Can't, or won't? She asked. The blonde looked down at her with a smile. Can't. He changes location often, so it's not easy for me to say just where he is right now. But most likely he's in Azerbaijan, she said. Are you still going to look for him? Kanakai nodded. I don't have much choice, he said. I don't know if I can trust anyone else with my karate training. She stared at him for a moment. Well, do your best, she said. Aye. One more thing, he said. I left a message on your phone asking you to call me, but you can forget it, he said. She nodded, and in one clean leap, made it up to the nearest roof, where she continued on. Kanakai watched the last spot he'd seen her for a long moment, before sighing and turning to look at Shikij. I guess we're going to Japan, he said. Do you have money for a train ride? He asked. She shook her head. He frowned. He may not even be in the telephone directory, he said. We'll have to go there and search. Where do we start? She asked. Kanakai shook his head. I've got no clue, he said. I guess we can try some dojos out, ask around. She nodded. Very well. Let us depart. He stared at her. Japan is like 3 or 4 districts away, he said. We can't just walk there. Like I said, we need to ride a train, he said. She nodded. Very well. Let us depart. We don't have train money, he said. She stared at him. How much does it cost? She asked. He shrugged. Maybe 5 to 600 yen for me. But they might give you child rates or something, he said. We shouldn't need more than 1,000 yen one way. Shikij stared at him for a moment, then looked down at the ground. Oh, don't worry about it, he said. I'll talk to my parents and see if they don't mind covering it, he said. But for now, you should go home. You live with foster parents now, right? He asked. She hesitated for a moment, but nodded. They might get worried that you're staying out so long, he said. We can do it tomorrow. There's no school after all, he said. That will give us more time to ask around anyway. She stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Fine. We'll meet up tomorrow. I'll call you. All right, let me just give you my phone number, he said. She shook her head. I already have it. He blinked. When? She turned around. You said it in the message earlier. Kanakai blinked. Oh, right. -X. Sometime later, Kanakai sighed as he cleared a space in his room, and then sat down in it. Coma or no, I've got to train some way or another. Then again, if it is a dream, then my real body is going to be missing out anyway and this would be pointless, he sighed. With that, he laid down and started to do CUPS. 5 CUPS later his face was scrunched up in excruciating pain as he attempted to complete his 6th. Oh. He dropped down to the ground and twisted his body, putting a hand to his aching stomach. Man! I can't believe this. Was I ever this bad before? He frowned, remembering the very first days of his training. I think I was a little better, he muttered, then shook his head. Still, unless I go at the pace the senseis set for me, I'll never make any progress. He took a few deep breaths and then started another sit-up. Roughly an hour later, he was covered in sweat and lying prone on the floor. I think that's how much Koichi-sensei made me do it on the first day. He muttered as he lay face down in a puddle of sweat. He tried to move his arm but stopped when it rejected his demands with harsh pain. Maybe I'll just lay here for a while. After a long bath, he went to bed and did not move again until morning. X Usagi X Usagi sighed as she walked along the sidewalk toward the Tsukino household. She never answered that text message I sent, she thought with a frown. What are you doing, stupid Odango? I hope you didn't ruin it, she muttered as she stopped before the two-story house. She looked over at Luna P, who floated just over her shoulder. If she ruined it, you're gonna help me punish her. The ball just floated there, and she turned and walked up to the door. She opened it and walked in, but was immediately blasted with the sound of machine gun fire. Just die already. Shingo cried out above the gunfire. There was suddenly a particularly loud retort and the sound of a messy, gory explosion as the machine gun sound stopped. No! Damn you! Double kill! My turn! Makoto cried out. Give me your controller. I'll avenge you, Shingo. Ray said. Come on, girls. We've got to stop this serial killer. The loud retort and gory explosion sounded again. Triple kill. Rampage. Heck! Ray cried out. How? Usagi blinked as she closed the door, took her shoes off and wandered into the room with the television. There, situated around the TV, were the Senshi, Luna, Artemis, and Shingo. On the TV was a first-person shooting video game of some sort, and there was a four-way split screen on. It is a sniper rifle, Ami said as she glanced over at her friend. It has a very long range. GR. But, whose turn is it? Ooh, I'll pass, the Usagi sitting by the television said. Until someone kills Ami-chan, then I'm in, she said. Usagi raised an eyebrow as she set her bag down and walked further into the room. No one seemed to notice her. Then I'll just keep playing. No way. Give it to me, Shingo said. You just died. Ray snorted. You died after I did. He retorted. But, whatever, she snorted. Okay, everyone, Makoto said. Truce until Ami-chan is dead. Sounds good to me, Minako said. As the pink-haired teen watched, it soon became obvious which player was Ami. The blue-haired girl continued to rack up headshot kills with her sniper rifle, even in close range, without the scope or an aiming cursor. How are you doing that? Shingo demanded. You've gotta be cheating. I like this weapon, Ami said simply. Use something else. Okay, the blue-haired girl acquiesced. One rocket-propelled grenade explosion later, Shingo was growling with frustration. That one's even cheaper. Use a real gun. This game won't let me use real guns, Ami said. Fa. Shingo sighed. Whose turn was it? Usagi grinned as she walked up to the group. Mine, she said, holding a hand out expectantly. Everyone turned to look at her, cats included, and at that point, all of them except for Shingo froze. Okay, Usagi. You're back, Shingo said, handing her the controller. Yup. What's the happy haps, girls? She asked, smirking at their reaction. Blonde Usagi's eyes widened as she gasped. I forgot all about you, she said. Ooh, I mean, the rest of the group turned to look at her. She plonked at the screen. Aren't you guys online? She asked. Ami quickly turned to look at the screen. Shoot! There was suddenly an explosion and she winced as her character exploded along with the person who had snuck up on her. Oh, darn. I forgot I'd switched to that one, she said with a sigh. Yes. Shingo cried out. The rest of the group stared at the TV for a moment, then turned to look at Usagi again. Chiba USA. Minako cried out. The pink-haired teen chuckled malevolently. Except, I'm older than you now, she said with a smirk. The girls, sans Usagi, all stared at her. Well, this is unexpected, Ami said. Did someone want to take my player? She asked, holding her controller up. Pink-haired Usagi blinked. So calm and nonchalant. Yeah, blonde Usagi said, taking it. What other games did you get, Shingo? What are you doing back here? I thought you left for good, Mikoto said. I've got that new fighting game, some puzzle games, and that new Sailor Moon adventure game. It's even got those new senshi who appeared recently, you know, the Outers. Usagi giggled. Neat. I wanna try that one next. Ooh, pink-haired Usagi frowned. Stop interrupting my dramatic return. Well, it's kinda ruined already, the other Usagi said. Not really, Ray said. I still feel a bit shocked, to be honest. She turned to look at Pink Usagi. Oh, it is kind of fading fast. Ugh, Pink Usagi sighed. Well, yeah. I'm back. Hi. The other girls all nodded slowly, their expressions fading from shocked to normal. What are you talking about? Shingo asked. Nothing, Shingo, Usagi Blonde said. We're just being silly. Whatever, he said. Who wants to switch modes? Wait, I haven't played yet, Usagi Pink said. You were playing last night, Shingo said with a frown. But I still wanna, she said with a frown. Listen to your elders. He rolled his eyes. We're just switching to teams, he said. I want to try playing a team battle on the net. You mean you don't want Mei-chan to be able to kill you anymore? Ray said with a snort. A team battle sounds fun, Ami said. There are tanks, right? Can I drive? Knock yourself out, Shingo said. Ami nodded and looked over at Pink Usagi and patted a spot next to her on the ground. Here, why don't you sit down? So, what are you here to do this time? Ray asked as the girl did just that. Still in training? HMM? No, I've been promoted to full-time in that regard. I'm still not as good as Mom. Oh, she admitted. Actually, I'm here to learn something, but I had no idea what island. So still in training, Ray said with a smirk. But, Pink Usagi said. To be honest, I can't think of this as anything other than a vacation compared to back home. Well, it's nice to have you back, even if it is only after a day, Makoto said with a smile. You look well. Thanks, the pink-haired girl said, turning to look at the television. Do you have a boyfriend yet? You're older than us, right? Minako asked. Pink Usagi glanced at blonde Usagi. Well, Mom and Dad, she started, are kinda protective of me. What? That sounds lame, blonde Usagi said. The other girls all turned to look at her. Oh, wait. I mean, hey, tell me about it, the girl from the future said with a snort. The game's starting, Shingo said. Try not to die. I don't wanna lose. We'll talk after this, Usagi said. -X sometime later, the girls were upstairs and walking into Usagi's room. You're pretty good at video games, Ami-chan, Makoto said. Do you own some like those? The blue-haired girl said as the last of the group walked into the room and shut the door behind them. But I hardly ever get a chance to play because I am either studying or on the net. Hey? Minako blinked. Then why are you so good? I'm not sure, Ami said, bringing a finger to her mouth. Latent talent? Maybe you should get a power that lets you use a sniper rifle, Usagi said with a sigh. That might be something to look into, Ami said with a nod. Well, I'm sure it would be different in real life. Usagi gasped. I was joking. So was I, Ami said with a smile. The rest of the girls, sans Usagi, laughed. Or was I? The blue-haired girl said, as she narrowed her eyes. Everyone suddenly stopped laughing and Artemis cleared his throat. Anyway, he said, it's nice that Chiba USA is back. Don't call me that, the pink-haired girl said with a frown. I'm older than them now. That was a childish little nickname. You'll always be Chiba USA to us, Ray said with a grin. Yeah, Minako started. But really, now that you're older, we can totally hang out in style. Yeah. So, Makoto started. How old are you now? 16, Chiba USA said with a resigned sigh. I'm going to the high school in this area. You'll never guess who my classmates are. The outer senshi? Ami asked with a raised eyebrow. Chiba USA looked at her in annoyance. Do you have to spoil everything? Ami blinked. I was right. Chiba USA sighed and dropped down on her mother's bed. Yeah. Sorry. The blue-haired girl said with a nervous blush as the other girls giggled. I didn't mean to, ruin your fun. No, it's okay. Anyway, as for why I'm here, Chiba USA said, crossing her arms. Mom told me to try and learn something other than what they teach in school. She said with a sigh. The other girls all stared at her. That sounds vague and rather useless, Ray said, glancing at Usagi. Not surprising considering who your mother island, GR. Usagi growled as she sat down on Shiba USA's bed. Well, how are things in the future? Ami asked. I'm not allowed to tell you that, Chiba USA said. Couldn't even if I wanted to. Last time was a special occasion because we needed your help and our enemies were causing you trouble anyway. That makes sense, Artemis said. Oh, I would have expected a lousier attitude from Usagi, Luna admitted. Stop teasing me. The blonde girl whined. Well, it's only the truth, Luna said sheepishly. You're all so mean. The dual ponytailed girl muttered. When I'm being nice enough to host you all in my own room no less. Chiba USA, Ami started. Is there anything you can tell us about the situation that's unfolding right now? The pink-haired girl blinked. What? What are you talking about? The blue-haired girl crossed her arms. Well, there are strange ruptures appearing in the space-time fabric around the country, and I'm not sure if it will stop in Japan, she said. They seem benign, but something tells us they aren't. Oh, is that what you were talking about earlier? Artemis asked, looking at Luna. The other moon cat nodded. It does indeed sound strange. Chiba USA frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. If something big is going on and I'm going to be involved, then Mom might have locked away my memories regarding it, she said. Sorry. The girls and two cats sat there in silence for a moment. You know, Ray started, looking over at Usagi. You're starting to get unusually proactive here. Somehow, this worries me. I'm sure we'll pull through, Usagi said. Right? Proof of that is sitting right here, she gestured Chiba USA. You can't take that for granted, Ami admonished. From what I understand, we do not exist in a static timeline. We've made changes already, she said. That kind of attitude might end up destroying this so-called proof. You wouldn't want to do that, now would you? Wouldn't that create a time paradox? Reed asked. I don't know, but that's another reason to avoid being so complacent, Ami said. In any case, it just means we need to be on our guard and do what we can when the time comes. She turned to look at Chiba USA. If you're classmates with Caillou-san, then, do you know of any other new students in the class? The pink-haired girl blinked. Oh yeah, that Ranma girl, she said, tilting her head. She joined the karate club today. Why? According to Neptune, she might have something to do with what's happening, Ami said. Just as a precaution, you might want to keep an eye on her. Chiba USA shrugged. If you say so. She clapped her hands. So, what TV dramas are you watching these days? X Ranma X Ranma panted heavily as she stood before a tree, maintaining her stance. She grunted as she sloppily kicked at the tree and brought her leg back down, barely managing to keep her balance. 378. She kicked up again, flinging sweat in the air in all directions with her exaggerated motions. 373. The whole world had gotten incredibly woozy as of late, and she was finding it hard to stand up. Ranma growled and clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Like I could lose to this stupid body. Hiya. She let out a loud kick as she kicked the tree one more time. 380. The moment the redhead's foot touched down on the grass behind her, she moved back, as the world seemed to swirl around her. She fell back down onto the grass and reached around, her hand falling onto a nearby water bottle. She quickly opened it and brought it to her mouth and lazily poured its contents, gulping down what she could and letting the excess spill off. It was empty in seconds, but the swirling rainbow of colors slowly started to dissipate as the world stopped spinning around her. As she stared up at the stars slowly starting to gather overhead, the redhead just floated in a state of semi-consciousness, aware of the world around her, but without really processing any thoughts. After a few moments, little bits and pieces of her mind came back, and ideas trickled in and out as she considered her situation. Man, walking back is kinda suck, she thought as her adrenaline faded away. Utilizing her kai, she'd managed to push herself much farther than before. A normal person might have died doing the number of exercises she'd managed, but it was all starting to come down on her as every muscle and joint ached, and she closed her eyes, moaning in pain. She quickly bit her lip and the sound died down to a hum that resonated with her breathing. Cripes, I'm weak. 10 minutes later, she was breathing normally again and ignoring the stiffness and pain in her legs. Man, and I only got through half of what I'd planned to, she thought, looking up at familiar constellations. Even using her kai to reinforce her body, there was only so much more she could do than a normal person. A breeze went through the park, and she sat up and started testing her arms, rolling them about and stretching them overhead. They were sore, but not as bad as they'd been when she started her kicking exercises. I'll walk home on my hands, then, she thought as she stood up. The redhead looked about to see the way out of the park, then bent over and stood on her hands. After establishing her balance by tweaking her legs overhead, she lifted one hand up and put it forward, then brought it down on the grass in front of her. She repeated this until she was at the door to the mansion. -X-High-A-X-High-A didn't bother to look at the bouncer of the seedy club he was walking into, even as the large man called out to him. When the man reached out to grab him, he simply unsheathed his katana and, without looking, split a ring the man was wearing in half, then replaced his weapon. The bouncer didn't try to stop him again. When he got inside, the yokai frowned as he looked around. The lights and effects of Club Insland were as gaudy as always, and it smelled of booze. Expensive booze, but still, booze. He nonetheless quickly spotted who he was looking for, and walked over to the silver-haired yokai with a frown. "Hi, Ranma acknowledged, without turning away from the dancer he was watching on stage. "How's Yuzuka holding up? Hasn't woken up yet, but he's still alive. What have you found out?" "We seem to be members of a select few group of survivors," Yoko said. "From what I can tell, it's as if the gate to the Makai was never unsealed. The only people who recall it having been his class Yukai, whom that gate was made specifically to keep in Makai, yet somehow are out with the rest of us. I was beginning to suspect as much. How is that even possible? Hiei asked with a frown. The same way Yuzuka's Mizoku aspect was resealed, and my Shurichi aspect has disappeared completely. Kurama said, turning to glance at him. I'm afraid my research hasn't been very forthcoming. Mukuro-san sends you her regards, by the way. HMPH. Hiei turned to leave, but was suddenly struck in the face by a piece of cloth, which then proceeded to hang from his hair. He stood stock still for a moment, then reached up and removed the article of clothing from his head, and turned to look at the stripper on stage. Come on, don't leave, she said. She was light-skinned, very voluptuous, had green hair, a pair of bat wings sprouting from her back and a much smaller pair from her head. She was also now topless. You just got here. Stick around for a bit, why don't you? I'll give you a private show later, she said with a smile and a wink. Hiei considered it, then turned to face the stage as he stuck the racy bit of cloth into his cloak. Kurama chuckled. Chapter 3 Chapter 3 Author's Note: there is a point in time when chapters start to get too long. A lot can happen in a day, but when it's a day for 4 different groups of people, it becomes quite a bit more. As I realized while writing this chapter, please let me know about any issues ASAP so I can fix them. X X X X X X X X X X X X Chapter 3 X hyphen 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 x. Yuzuka slowly blinked his eyes open. The first thing he saw was an eggshell white ceiling. Bumps and holes perforated the ceiling tiles, giving it a sense of randomized uniformity. He slowly came to be aware of the high-pitched beeping of a machine nearby, but he paid it no heed. Instead, he stared up uncomprehendingly at the blotchy tiles, his mind free of any thought. A few moments passed like this and his eyes slowly turned to face the origin of the beeping sound of their own accord. He saw wires leading away from his body to several devices and monitors with readouts of numbers and his pulse. A pouch with clear liquid hung on a rack, and a clear tube led from it to his arm, where it was connected by way of needle. There was a curtain serving as a wall to his right, and a natural wall with a large window to his left. There, sitting in a chair by the darkened window, was the familiar red-haired form of Kurama's human aspect, Shurichi. The boy looked up, seeming to notice his awareness, and smiled. Yuzuka's mind was sluggish, but he had a vague sense of where he was. Good morning. There was a brief pause before Yuzuka responded. Take Kurama. Yuzuka frowned. What are you doing here? The red-haired teen chuckled. I'm here to see you. Of course. Yuzuka blinked. Oh. The once spirit detective turned Raymond Schiff sat up in his bed and started to twist his neck about, earning a few satisfying pops as everything shifted back into place. I wasn't lying. You were beaten pretty badly. The red-haired teen leaned back against a wall. By a few common human thugs, no less. Yuzuka blinked his eyes a few times as he turned to face the other teen. What? Kurama chuckled. Haven't you wondered why you're sitting here in a hospital bed? The other teen blinked. Well, I guess they don't just pick up drunks they find lying on the street, he said, rolling his shoulders and earning some more pops. Of course not. That's what jail cells are for. The other teen said. You don't remember what happened? Yuzuka paused in his movements and considered it. The last thing I remember, I was looking for a way back home. He frowned. Say, you wouldn't happen to know who I crashed with last night, would you? Kurama chuckled. It wouldn't be last night, he said. You've been asleep for a day. Yuzuka frowned. An entire day? Kurama nodded. As for what happened 2 days ago, well, Kurama said. First off, how are you feeling? Yuzuka blinked. Not too bad, he said. It doesn't feel like I got the shit kicked out of me, that's for sure. A little stiff and sore, maybe, but, Kurama nodded. I slipped a potent healing potion into your IV last night, he said. You should be fully recovered in a matter of hours. I must say, humans may not be the most fearsome of creatures, but their development of technology certainly has its advantages. Yuzuka nodded. Speaking of which, you are fully human again. Yuzuka blinked. What? We've got quite a lot to talk about, Kurama said with a sigh. Think you could walk? I'd rather take our leave of this facility. Yuzuka nodded, then turned and hopped out of the bed, pulling himself free of the various machines monitoring him. Once he was standing free of the machines, he looked down at himself and realized that he wasn't wearing anything but a hospital gown. Shit, I don't have any clothes here, do I? Kurama shook his head. You've got bigger problems than that to worry about. Yuzuka sighed and started walking towards the other teen, but blinked on noticing the IV still in his arm. He pulled it out and let it drop as Kurama walked over to the window and opened it. Yuzuka blinked in surprise on seeing the familiar short figure of Haie standing outside the window on a very thin ledge. He wore the same all-black ensemble as always, with the familiar white bandana around his head. Finally, the black-haired demon said. Though his tone was one of impatience, his face showed only indifference. You've cost us a lot of valuable time. Hi. Yuzuka raised an eyebrow. You're here too? The short demon simply turned and leapt away in a blur, leaving Yuzuka to frown in confusion. What's he on about? You'll find out in a moment, Kurama said as he took hold of the teen and leapt through the window. Yuzuka watched the world pass them by in a blur as they bounded across rooftops through the city, his hospital gown fluttering harshly. He tried in vain to keep it down. They stopped in the middle of a deserted park, and Kurama set the other team down, then stepped away. Hiei stood beside them with both arms crossed. What the heck? I could have followed on my own, Yuzuka said with a frown. Hiei snorted. The idiot hasn't even noticed how weak he is yet. I'd have thought a beating like that would be enough to show even him, but it seems I was wrong. Yuzuka frowned. Hey, well, he blinked and looked down at himself. Well, what the hell's going on here anyway? You said I'm human. I hadn't noticed it until you said that, but you're right. And I'm not nearly as strong as I should be, Kurama chuckled. You're right, he was practically gone until yesterday, he said. You almost died from that beating. So it wasn't a total loss. Yuzuka looked over at him. What are you talking about? How did that even happen? He held up a hand and looked it over. I should have been able to slap them silly with my little finger. Kurama nodded. Indeed. But you've been severely weakened, he said. And so have the two of us, but not nearly as much as you. Seeing Yuzuka's blank expression, he continued. A very powerful, unknown force is at work here, Yuzuka. The entire world has been changed at some level, not just us. Yuzuka looked over at Hiei. You're weaker too? Hiei snorted. Not as strong as I used to be, but weak doesn't apply to me. He looked at Kurama with disdain. Hurry up and explain this in terms that buffoon can understand. Yuzuka rolled his eyes. To be brief, Kurama began, history has been altered. In this timeline, certain events that happened to us which in turn made us as powerful as we were, never came to pass. As a result, you were never powerful enough to be recognized by your latent Mizoku genes, and are still human. In my case, my human aspect is actually gone, Kurama said. What you see now is a simple transformation. Yuzuka blinked. Someone screwed with history? He asked. Kurama nodded. Like I said, the whole world has been changed. And unlike us, most people aren't even aware of the existence of a different history. It seems that only those who are S-class demons recall the true nature of the world, but some of them are stuck in Makai. Yuzuka's jaw hung slightly as he processed that bit of information. Stuck in Makai? Kurama nodded. The gates to the Makai were never unsealed in this timeline, he said. The status quo is largely how you remember it to be before you became a spirit detective. Yuzuka blinked. What? But how? Who? Why? He already said, an unknown force, you fool. Yuzuka turned to look at Hiei. Well, how do we fix it? Kurama shrugged. We have to investigate this phenomenon first, he said. As it is, we know nothing other than its most obvious effects. Yuzuka nodded, but looked down at himself. What should I do then? Train, Hiei said. Train hard. You are useless right now. Yuzuka frowned. Kurama sighed. Unfortunately, he's right, the kid soon said. Despite everything, you still have a tiny bit of Yuki left in you, which I take to mean that your Mizoku genes are still present. You need to work on reclaiming your strength first and foremost. I'll keep you informed of our discoveries, but you need to focus on that. Yuzuka clenched his fists with a frown. Training alone isn't going to help me. I need to fight. And I'd really like to kick the ass of whoever is behind all of this bullshit. Kurama nodded. You may decide to hunt lesser demons, but I suppose the two of us will be able to spare some time to help you out. Hiei snorted. He'll die if I fight him. You keep him to yourself for now. And with that, he turned and leapt away, vanishing from sight immediately. Yuzuka rolled his eyes. Yeah, I love you too, ass. Kurama chuckled. Well, I suppose that's all for now then. Do you understand the situation? Yuzuka tilted his head. A little. This is all a bit sudden. He shook his head. If I'm really as weak as I was before I was a spirit detective, it'll take months to get back to where I was, if not a year or two. Kurama nodded. No one saw this coming. He turned away as well. Well, you're going to need to get some new clothes, and figure out a way to support yourself, he said. That place you woke up in 2 days ago is your apartment in this timeline. I don't know anything else about you, but I'm assuming you don't own a Raymond card here. The ex-Mizoku teen's eyes bugged. What? Kurama chuckled. Now do you understand the situation? He asked. I'll see you around, Yuzuka. And with that, he took off in the same manner as Hiei. Yuzuka jerked in surprise, then reached out after them. What? Wait. No. At least lend me some clothes, you assholes. He took a few steps after them, but a sudden stiff breeze kicked up and ripped his gown off and carried it away. He looked down at himself in shock, then turned and quickly ran after the gown. Get back here. Ranma opened her eyes and immediately scanned the area. Though she was expecting an attack of some sort, she was surprised and momentarily confused to see that she was not in the guest room at the Tendo Dojo and about to be rudely awoken. Instead, she was in a large, fancy bed with a canopy and drapes. She turned her head to the bedstand, and seeing that the clock read 5 o'clock a.m., she looked out the window. It was still dark out. She quickly became acutely aware of aching pain spreading out all across her body. She was still sore from the exercises the day before, but she ignored it and dragged herself out of the bed and stood up. She sighed and pulled her boxers up, then surveyed the room. I'm gonna need to get some new threads, she thought with disdain. As much as she preferred wearing borrowed boxers to the alternative that was available to her in that room, it still wasn't ideal. She stretched her arms over her head and moaned as the kinks in her arms and back straightened out. You'd think a fancy bed like that would be perfect or something, she thought, putting her hands on her waist and bending backwards until one final satisfying pop signaled the end of the tension in her back. She sighed in relief and looked around the room. Guess I'll go train some more, she thought. She walked over to the desk, where her training outfit from the previous day waited, freshly washed and neatly folded. Before she could start to get changed, oh, her cell phone, also on the desk, suddenly came to life, its LED backlight brightening the otherwise dark room. Huh? She muttered before picking it up and looking at it. There was a text message from Michiru, a representative of the Sailor Senshi agreed to meet with me. She blinked. Huh? That's better than zilch, I guess. She shrugged and resumed changing out of her improvised pajamas and into her improvised training outfit. When she was done, she picked her phone up again and started to reply to the text. That's neat, I guess. When and where can I meet them? After pressing the send button, she started to ponder how she was to carry it out with her when the phone lit up and it played a pop song she was unfamiliar with. She blinked and looked down at it. There's a park down the street from our school. Haruka and I will be there at 12 p.m. You can meet us there and we'll take you. Huh? That was fast, she muttered. HMM. She typed a quick response and sent it. Sounds like a plan. But what are you doing up so early? She tapped her thumbs on the screen as she waited, wishing I had turned my phone off. Ranma chuckled, then realized she had woken the other girl up. Oh, oops. Hey, see you later. See you at 12. With the conversation over, Ranma started idly cruising the phone's menus until she came to the built-in web browser. HMM, now that you mention it, I've seen signs and pictures and stuff around town, haven't I? She thought with a pensive frown. Ranma opened the browser and the search engine loaded up. Its logo was a large blue circle with 2 eyes and the word Big Globe written on it. She entered Sailor Senshi and looked at the results that came back to her. HMM X Kanakai X Kanakai's eyes opened suddenly, and he stared up at the ceiling of his room as his phone blared its ringtone. He sat up and looked around the room, before climbing out of his bed and shambling over to his desk to grab the errand device. After yawning and checking the blurry color it, he sighed and opened it and held it up to his ear. "Hello?" he asked. "Band-Aid." He blinked a few times. "Shikage-chan?" he asked. "Yes." He frowned. "What kind of answer is that?" "Ah, well." He rubbed his eyes and sat up, then looked around the room. Did you need something? We are meeting today, correct?" Yeah, but..." He frowned and looked outside. It was still dark out. "Do you know what time it is?" "This is the time I usually wake up to begin training," she said. "I did not know when we would meet, or where, so I wanted to ask." He sighed. "Yeah, I don't know. How's 10? That should give us enough time to look around," he said. Do you know where the train station is?" he asked. "Yes. We'll meet there, at the entrance," he said. "Okay." Then she hung up. He blinked, then shook his head and closed the phone, setting it down on his desk. He reached up and rubbed his eyes, yawning once more. "Yeah, I should be used to waking up early too," he muttered. He opened his eyes again, but found that the blurriness was still there. Sighing, He reached down to his desk and picked up the pair of glasses there, studied them for a moment, and slid them on. Everything was clear. He sighed again. "I can't believe this," he said. "How am I supposed to wear these during training?" He muttered. "They'll fall right off. This is so stupid." He took them off again, leaving them on the desk, then stretched his arms overhead, getting the creaks out. "Let's try this again," he said as he got down on the floor. Remedial Exercises, Part 2, X X as Kaneki walked out of the washroom later that morning, his hair still wet from his morning bath. He passed Onaka up in the hallway and blinked, noticing that she was sweating from a workout of her own. "Hey," he started. "You were with Musan?" "Yeah," she said. "You're up early," he chuckled. "Really? What time did you wake up?" "4," she said. "We always start training at that time, every day." He nodded. "Yeah, thought so," he muttered. "Well, go take a bath before you start to stink," he said as he continued on his way. "What are you all dressed up for?" she asked with a curious frown. "Are you going somewhere, big brother?" "Huh? Yeah, to Japan," he said. "Why?" "I'm looking for a particular karate master," he said. "Ooh, really? You want to learn from them?" "Maybe," he said. "Why not just practice with me and sensei?" the younger teen asked with a frown. "I'm sure she'd teach you." He sighed. "It's not that I doubt her skills or anything. There was someone else she recommended to me," he said. "And if I jumped into that, I would just slow your own training down," he said. "Do you really want that?" She made a confused face. "Really?" she asked, then frowned. "Well, but the reason I started practicing was because, it's just better if you learn how to fight, isn't it?" she asked. He chuckled. "If I can't find the people she recommended to me, then I'll go to her for sure," he said. "Okay." She nodded, and he could tell by her expression that she fully expected that to happen. "Okay," she said. "I'll go take a quick bath. Then we can go together." She turned around and took off towards her room. He blinked. "Huh?" Kaneki stared after her for a moment, then shrugged and made his way to his room. Without stopping, he walked over to his desk and picked up the pair of glasses that was lying there and put them on. As his vision focused, he sighed both in relief and annoyance. "Well, I guess this is going to have to do." He turned his head to look at the clock hanging in his room. He still had an hour until he had to be at the train station. "I guess I can start looking up some dojos or something." He pulled the chair in front of his computer and turned it on. After it booted up, the screen for the password came up, and he reflexively entered the password he'd used on his own computer. When it came back negative, he frowned. "Huh? Oh, right. Crap." He frowned, and clicked the hint, and the words like "I'd forget my own password" appeared in the space provided for the hint, and he sighed. Well, I did." Apparently, he sat back in his chair and sighed. What am I supposed to do now? As he thought about the situation, his eyes fell on the cell phone sitting on his desk, and he blinked a few times. He picked it up and started to cycle through the different menu options, then stopped upon finding a web browser. This should do, he thought. Even better, I don't have to print anything. Only 10 minutes after he started searching the net, his chair suddenly turned around, away from the computer desk, and he found himself facing Onaka, who was grinning at him. She was fully dressed, wearing the same purple leotard as before under a striped long-sleeved shirt and a miniskirt. She'd failed to dry herself off very well and was dripping all over him. "I'm ready. Did you rush or something?" he asked, trying in vain to dodge around the droplets of water. "You're still wet." He frowned. "That washroom better not be messy. I didn't want to hold you up," she said, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him up and out of the chair. Come on, let's go." "Huh? What?" Kaneki tried in vain to resist the smaller teen's grip, and was quickly pulled off balance as she started dragging him behind her. Wait a second. We don't have to be at the train station until 10-X-X-X. It wasn't until they were halfway to the train station that he finally managed to calm her down enough to let go of his hand due to the fact that he didn't have the money for the train ride on him. As they started walking back, Kaneki looked down at the ever-clingy younger sister. She had the gait of a definitely skilled martial artist, and, as he mentally assessed her, he found that even at his best he would have been hard-pressed to engage her. Not that he'd ever hit a girl, of course. Jiu-jitsu was his only serious option for dealing with one, but he couldn't find any openings for any of his other styles, either. "How did you get so strong?" Kaneki muttered. "I've been training with Mu-sensei for the past year." She surprised him by answering the mumbled question. "Of course I'm this strong." He frowned. "But, well, I mean, training can't be all you do, right?" She blinked and tilted her head and stopped walking. "What are you getting at?" Kaneki HMM'd as he crossed his arms and tilted his own head while looking up. "Good question, but basically, when I started, that is, something had to have prompted you to start training, right? Was someone picking on you at school or something?" she asked. Onaka blinked. "Well, not exactly," she said. "Then what made you want to get into martial arts?" He prodded. "How did you find out about Mu-san?" "Well, one day I just happened to be walking by when I saw her get attacked by a group of ninjas," the girl said. "She beat up all of them in a few minutes, and after that I begged her to teach me. She refused at first, even when I said it was to protect someone I liked, because she says her master never said she could teach yet, but when I said I'd pay her, she seemed to change her attitude right away." He nodded. "That sounded about par for the course for you." He froze and looked down at her. "Ninjas." When she stopped walking and nodded up at him, he worked his jaw as he tried to process that concept. "You mean real ninjas? Like assassin types?" She nodded. They're pretty good too, she admitted. Almost got us a few times. He frowned as he processed that information. Something was not quite right with what she'd just said. Us? He asked. She nodded. It's not just ninjas. There's also vengeful martial artists and yakuza coming after us too. You're involved in that mess. She looked up at him and blinked. Of course I am. You and Mom and Dad have been kidnapped a few times before. He stared at her in shocked silence for a few moments. But, what? How? Why? She shrugged. Well, I guess since I started learning from you, Sensei, they decided they didn't like me, too, she said with a shrug. I mean, I guess since the two of us have been able to rescue you every single time, it works out. But even though Sensei says it's good training, it's starting to get annoying, she said with a sigh. His eyes began to burn and he blinked a few times. Oh, Kanakai looked away and frowned, knitting his brow. I get saved by my little sister. Just what kind of guy would be okay with that? Inai-chan? He blinked and looked down at her, noticing she looked a bit apologetic. It's not like I mind or anything, it's okay, he said, shaking his head. I can understand what kind of burden it must be. He looked down at her with a grin. But you don't have to protect me anymore, okay? From now on, I'll protect you instead. He winked and she looked up at him in surprise, then smirked back. Not if I protect you first. He blinked. Huh? Come on. I'll raise you, she said before suddenly taking off. Kanakai looked surprised for a moment, but then chuckled and quickly followed after her, as nervous sweat began to make its way down his entire body. Ooh, say, Onaka, should we be on the lookout for ninjas right now? He called out to her. She looked back at him with a grin. Silly. You're not gonna see them. They're ninjas. He chuckled again as his nervous sweat intensified by several orders of a magnitude. Ha ha ha, yeah, that's what I thought. X. When they got to the train station, Kanakai was pleasantly surprised to see Shikage already there and waiting for him. The younger girl, who was wearing her school uniform, was already staring right at him by the time he spotted her, and he smiled and waved over at her. When she failed to react, he waved it off and started walking over to her, ducking around a few other people along the way. Hello, he said pleasantly. She stared at his face. Glasses? She asked. He sighed and nodded, and she simply turned to look at Onaka. Big brother? The younger girl asked, frowning. Who is this? He cleared his throat. Onaka, this is my friend from school, Kushinada Shikage-chan, he said, gesturing her. Shikage-chan, this is my younger sister, Onaka, eh? As Kanakai introduced the girls to one another, he noticed that they had locked eyes in what seemed to him like a battle of wills. Neither one blinked as Shikage's emotionless orbs bored clean holes through Onaka's narrowed ones and vice versa. Girls? When Shikage suddenly bowed to the other girl, he blinked in surprise and confusion. "Nice to meet you," the Jujutsu disciple said, and Onaka did the same with an energetic smile on her face. "Nice to meet you too." He stared at them. Well, that was odd, he thought for a moment. He blinked and looked down at his arm and noticed that his sister had wrapped her arm around it for some reason. Well, anyway," he said. "Shikage-chan is coming with us to search for the karate master," he said. Onaka blinked. "You want to switch styles?" "It's not for me," Shikage said. "Oh." Onaka looked up at Kanakai. "So it's just for you?" He blinked and nodded. Yeah, but why do you ask?" he said. "She's a Jujutsu user, isn't she?" Onaka said, tilting her head. Kanakai blinked. "Yeah, how did you know?" "When one reaches a certain skill level, such things become obvious," Shikage said. Kanakai blinked. "Well yeah, but you haven't done anything to indicate that you use Jujutsu yet," he thought, frowning. "Or did I just miss it?" Both girls nodded and Shikage walked over to his free arm and, mimicking Onaka, wrapped her arm around it. He blinked. "Shikage-chan, we have much to discuss," she said, tugging on him. "Come, let us get on the train. We will talk when we reach Japan, and are in a less populated area." He blinked and nodded. -X-X-X as the three of them walked away from the Azabujaban subway station. Kanakai felt a familiar vibrating sensation in his pocket and pulled his arm away from Onaka, who visibly pouted, then reached into his pocket and retrieved his cell phone. There was a message from someone named Kanakana demanding to know where he was. "Must be from that silly game," he thought with a sigh as he simply pocketed his phone. He blinked when Onaka quickly retook his arm, but thought nothing of it. Band-Aid. When Shikage spoke up, he looked down at her and blinked. "Yeah? Where are we going?" she asked. "All right," he muttered, taking his hand from Onaka again, who pouted once more as he retrieved his phone. "Let's see. I bookmarked the directions that my search engine generated," he said, opening the browser and retrieving those pages. "There we go. The nearest karate dojo is about 3 kilometers northeast of here," he said. Okay. We want to go that way 2 blocks until we're under the Metropolitan Expressway, and then we want to turn right at the corner." As they set about following the directions, Shikage relinquished his arm and looked around at the crowd of people walking about, while she and Onaka followed his lead. "Now is as good a time as any, I guess," Kanakai said as he looked down at Shikage. "You had something to talk to me about?" She nodded. "I did some research on the internet last night," she said, glancing at Onaka. "Is it all right?" He blinked, then looked down at Onaka, who was looking at the two of them. "HMM?" the younger Shirama asked, tilting her head. Sure," Kanakai said. "What did you find out?" Shikage nodded. "The changes to this world far exceeded my expectations," she said. Most significant is the confirmation of the existence of demons in this world. He blinked. Demons? She nodded. Monsters, Mizoku, Imi, Yukai, whatever you'd like to call them, they're very real in this world, she said. And there is a magical girl team that hunts them down. More than one actually, but I found one in particular to be noteworthy. He stared at her. This is a joke, right? He asked with a furrowed brow. She shook her head. What are you talking about? Omaka asked. The sailor Senshi? Oh, we're writing a science fiction story for a class of hers, Kanakai said. Really? She frowned. I don't get it. That's okay, he said, patting her head. Shikage-chan is a genius. Most of what she says goes over my head too, he said with a chuckle. I'm sure it'll make for an interesting story. You should not look so pleased when you say that, being several years older than me. Shikage pointed out. Ha ha ha, Kanakai chuckled again, rather forcefully that time. More importantly, we're almost to the corner, he said as they walked under the expressway bridge. The sound of cars driving by overhead echoed around them. To continue, Shikage began, the Yami of this world has incorporated several such creatures into their ranks. Naturally, they accept only the strongest members of either human or Mizoku races. They are capable of wielding supernatural abilities beyond anything I've ever encountered before. Omako looked up at the mention of Yami, but said nothing, while Kanakai grimaced. Seriously? Shikage nodded. This is not a joke, she said. Kanakai just shook his head. Wait a second, he said. Where exactly did you find all this out? Online? She shook her head. The internet. Kanakai stopped walking to stare at her, and she returned the gesture while Omaka merely kept walking. Is it so hard to believe that such creatures and other supernatural phenomena exist in this world that has changed its shape down to the core? She asked, looking at him. And that said changes themselves were of supernatural origin? Kanakai sighed. Sorry if I say I'll have to see one for myself, he said with a shake of his head. Before I'm convinced there's demons and magical girls. She turned and continued walking, and he shrugged and followed after her. -X-Usagi-X Chiba USA sat cross-legged beside her mother on the couch before the Tsukino residence's television, TV remote in one hand and a bag of chips in the other. She changed the current channel a few times and Shingo sighed from his position on the floor. Can we just play a game? The youngest Tsukino in the room demanded. No way. There's gotta be something good on, Chiba USA said. Whatever, Shingo said with a sigh as he stood up and started walking away. I'm gonna go play my DS. Come get me when you stop being stupid. That's nice, Chiba USA said without the least bit of interest as she flipped through channel after channel. Is there really nothing? She asked with a drawn-out sigh. You know, if you keep snacking like that, you're gonna gain weight, Usagi said as she strained to look at her daughter from where she was lounging, with Luna lying on top of her. "Didn't we just eat breakfast?" says the expert on gaining weight. Chiba USA said as she put a chip in her mouth. "What was that?" Usagi demanded as she struggled to sit up, inadvertently dropping her poor cat onto the floor with a thud. "You heard me," Chiba USA said, narrowing her eyes at the other girl. "Jihour," Usagi growled and considered retribution, but decided it would be too much effort and settled for glaring at her. "Fine then. I won't take you with me to the park when we go watch the eclipse." "You can't stop me from going," Chiba USA pointed out. "If I just give you more snacks, you'll be too busy pigging out to notice me leave," Usagi said as she went back to lounging. Chiba USA narrowed her eyes even further at the other girl and stopped changing the channel. "Oh really? Yeah right now." She blinked and looked down at her foot at the sudden stinging pain to see Luna biting her big toe. "What was that for?" Luna simply snorted and walked towards the spot of sunlight beneath the window. "You're both being petty," she said. "So bite her too," Usagi growled out. Luna looked at her, then harumphed and turned her nose up at the teen before lying down. Chiba USA chuckled as her mother continued to growl at the cat, but did nothing else. Bothersome thing is, real or not, as it is impossible to contact them, the sailor senshi may as well be an urban legend, even if most of the residents of Japan and nearby districts and wards know otherwise. The two senshi blinked as they turned to look at the television. There was a scene with amateur footage taken of the sailor senshi fighting a demon or Yuma some time ago, with the captions "Paranormal Investigation, Urban Legends in Tokyo" on the bottom. "Ooh. Ooh, I love when they do these expos," Usagi said, clapping her hands. "Leave it on. Leave it on." Chiba USA shrugged and continued eating chips as the voiceover continued. Even though the senshi are incredibly popular and have garnered much fandom, with published amateur doujinshi and even video games dedicated in their honor, very few people have actually seen them up close, and so question remains. Just who are these women, prancing around in racy schoolgirl clothing and throwing around these dangerously powerful magic spells? The footage changed to Sailor Mars attacking a strange, dog-like creature that neither of them recognized. Both did a fair amount of property damage in the footage, which looked like it had been captured on a camera phone. "When did that happen?" Usagi muttered, frowning. "I've never seen anything like that. Some believe they are secret government agents, and others, part of an entire underground magic society. Yet others believe, based on their names, that they are aliens, proof that life exists on other planets, and the Sailor Senshi are their representatives." Both teens sniggered at the suggestion as outer space imagery started to scroll across the screen. "They're technically right," Luna pointed out without raising her head. "Comma-ish. But that doesn't apply to us now," Usagi responded. "You, on the other hand, and their enemies as well remain a mystery. The source and nature of the creatures they are known to fight is entirely unknown, and a cause for worry for all true believers." That is just one of many reasons why people wish for the senshi to be more public with their methods and intentions. On the other hand, as they themselves are also guilty of large amounts of property destruction, there are some who want them to be directly responsible. Usagi gulped. There's no way we could pay for any of that, she muttered. And there are those with other concerns. The image changed to a balding man sitting in an office. A subtitle identified him by name. How can we be sure they're taking care of every single bizarre creature that appears in this city? Certainly not all of them are as flashy and destructive as the ones that attack people in broad daylight for whatever reason they do. It is a very real possibility that there are some more discreet than others, who go about their business where the senshi cannot reach them. They are not omnipotent, and they could only benefit from being part of a fully funded government program, which would be able to call them whenever they were necessary, not whenever they were lucky enough to be around. Usagi tilted her head as she considered that. Funded by the government? That'd mean we get paid, right? A small smile grew on her face. If that was the case, then they would have some way of dealing with it already, Chiba USA snorted. We're not the only people who can use magic in the world. Usagi blinked. We're not? She asked, looking at her daughter. Chiba USA only frowned. What? No, of course not. We're just the most powerful mages around, she said. There are tons of other magic users. Of course they tend to keep to themselves for the same reasons as us, but they're there. Usagi tilted her head and narrowed her eyes in confusion. Huh? Really? She frowned. Why wasn't I ever told this? She mumbled, glancing at her cat. It was never deemed necessary, Luna said without opening her eyes. Why not? Usagi demanded. No particular reason, the cat responded. You're already busy enough as an island, there's no need to bog you down with the details of magic society on Earth, she said. Usagi blinked. Well, that's true, she muttered. Still, if there are other people who can use magic, what kind of magic can they use? She asked, looking at Chiba USA. Are they wizards and witches? Could we meet some? All kinds, the pinkette said. Yes, and I don't care, but don't ask me to introduce any. I wouldn't know where to find them. Usagi frowned. Well, that's helpful, she muttered. There was a beeping noise, and she looked down at a cell phone lying on the floor. Who is it? Chiba USA asked, turning to look at her mother's phone. It's a text from Ame-chan, the blonde said, picking up her phone. She frowned. She's calling for a meeting. Chiba USA raised an eyebrow. A meeting? Senshi business? The blonde nodded. Weren't we going to meet up anyway? The pink-haired girl asked. Usagi nodded again. We were going to go watch the eclipse at a park, she said. But I guess we'll be doing more than that. Yuzuka walked along the sidewalk of a mostly empty street with a frown. Everyone he passed by openly stared at him as he did, and the reason was obvious. The only thing he was wearing, a thin hospital gown, was tied shut with only two flimsy strings in the back. You know, I'm beginning to think they did this on purpose. They're probably sitting somewhere laughing right now. You get up while you can, bastards. I'm going to kick your faces in the next time I see you. He looked around as he walked, growing more and more confused. The area wasn't at all familiar to him. All he knew was that he was in a business district in Azerbaijan of the Minato Ward. So this is a world where I never became a spirit detective, HMM? He muttered. HMM, I wonder what else has been changed. I live in Japan in this world. I've got to find someone I know and figure out what it's like here for me, or even what my situation is. He shook his head and sighed. I wonder how Kaiko's doing. What the hell kind of bullshit brought this on, anyway? And what demon even has the power to do something like this? Or was it right eye? He frowned. HMM, this area looks a little familiar. He stopped walking before an alleyway between two buildings to look around. You gotta be kidding me. On hearing a voice, he turned to look into the alleyway and immediately recognized two of the gangsters he'd fought the previous day standing there and looking at him. One of them was wearing a leather jacket over a white t-shirt and jeans, and the other one wore a school uniform similar to the one he'd worn the previous day. They just let you out the hospital? The thug wearing the leather jacket asked with a look of amusement on his face. The other thug sniggered. He just couldn't wait to come back for another beating. Yuzuko looked around, then smiled. Yup, he said with a grin. That's right. I'm all healed up, and I'm back for more. He stepped into the alleyway. Back for more? The two thugs laughed. Yuzuka nodded. Yeah, see? He began. Before I was a great and powerful demon and one of the kings of the underworld, or even a spirit detective, I was just a delinquent with a reputation for kicking too much ass. Since it looks like I'm not a powerful demon anymore, I guess I'll just have to go back to that. The two thugs stared at him, then burst out laughing. I think we hit him too hard. This kid's gone nuts. The uniformed teen blurted. The powerful demon. The other added. King of the underworld. Yuzuka added, joining in with the laughing and walking towards them. The moment he was in range, he slammed his fist into the uniformed teen's face, eliciting a painful-sounding crunch. The other thug noticed this and his laughing quickly slowed down to a stop as Yuzuka savagely punched the uniformed thug in the nose 2 more times, then uppercut him in the chin. The uniformed teen screamed as he fell backwards, clutching his bleeding face. You little shit. Yuzuka turned to face the other teen and noticed that he'd pulled a chain and was preparing to swing it at him. He ducked under the swing and grabbed the man's extended arm with both hands and viciously pulled him closer before slamming his opponent's elbow over his knee. The man cried out in pain, and when Yuzuka repeated his attack, the young man shrieked in horror as his arm snapped at the joint. Funk! Funk! Yuzuka dropped the man to the ground and watched him cradle his arm while screaming obscenities. A glance at the uniformed teen showed that he was still crying and clutching his face. "Listen up, you little shits," Yuzuka said. "You tell your boss that this is your messy Yuzuka's town now. You funker." The teen in the jacket yelled. "Fuck you." Yuzuka slammed his foot into the boy's face, sending his head crashing into a wall. "No, fuck you." The other teen only slumped down on the ground in response, unmoving. "Well, look at that glass jaw." Yuzuka turned to look at the other teen, who was staring at him in horror while still clutching his face. Yuzuka smiled at him as he began to disrobe the unconscious teen. "Remember what I said?" A minute later, he walked out of the alleyway with a new outfit and 2 wallets in hand. "Smells like shit, but it beats wearing a sheet," he muttered. "HMM." He opened one of the wallets and took all of the cash out of it, then dropped it on the sidewalk and stuffed it in the other wallet, which he pocketed. He blinked and looked down at his pocket, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes. "Now I've got to find my house and figure out a way to keep cash coming in," he muttered. "X on a crowded street." Haruka stood leaning on her parked car and staring down at her cell phone. She was wearing a lavender blazer over a slightly darker dress shirt and matching slacks and dress shoes. Michiru sat inside the convertible, in the passenger's seat, humming a tune to herself and watching people walk by. She wore a faded blue sundress and designer sandals. Both teens were wearing sunglasses. "It's 12, the blonde said. "Millimeters. She should be here soon then," Michiru said. After a car drove by, she opened the door and got out of her seat, then closed the door behind her and began walking around to the sidewalk. "I talked to Mizuno earlier." Haruka raised an eyebrow. "Did they find out anything?" "Millimeters. Yes and no," the teal-haired teen said as she stopped beside her girlfriend. "She said she would explain it to us in detail at the park." Haruka slipped her phone into a pocket and crossed her arms. "I see." She looked up and down the street. "Say, what do you think about Setsunan?" Michiru looked over at her. "She's certainly tenacious," the Senshi of Neptune said. "Oh, I suppose, given her domain, it's to be expected. She got us out of there. There's no reason to assume she couldn't have escaped that explosion as well." Haruka nodded. "I'd assumed there would be some repercussion for using a forbidden ability, but I guess it's not something we should be concerned with," she said. "We're only soldiers, after all. That princess is a bit too kind for her own good, perhaps," she said. "Given there is no queen at the moment, I'm assuming any punishment would fall onto her to mete out. I doubt anything happened, really." Haruka nodded again. "A bit naive as well," she said. "Still, based on our earlier assessment, I'd say she's growing up. I just hope it doesn't take world-class disasters for her to mature more." Michiru giggled. "That would be rather inconvenient." "Yo!" They both turned to see Ranma walking towards them and waving. They blinked on noticing the other girl was wearing only yoga pants and a sports bra. She didn't even have shoes on. She was dripping with sweat and had a slight limp in her step. "Hey you," Haruka said, standing up. "You alright?" "Yeah," Ranma said, panting lightly. "I'll be fine." Mishiro looked at her with concern. "Are you sure?" Ranma waved it off. "Oh yeah. Just need to catch my breath." "So, where do we go from here?" "You said there's a park around here?" the redhead asked. Mishiro nodded. "The Sensei's representative was going to meet us there," she said. Ranma frowned. "We're not going to actually meet the Sensei?" Mishiro smiled. "Sorry. Did you think we were?" Ranma shrugged. "Well, I thought we would," she said. "Does it matter though?" Haruka shook her head. "The people we're going to see have direct access to the Sensei's information network," she said. "Some of their most trusted associates. It wouldn't be any different from meeting the Sensei themselves." Ranma nodded. "Then I guess it works out," she said with a shrug. "So which way?" "X Usagi X 2 Usagis walked side by side along a crowded sidewalk, with a small black cat trotting alongside them. One blonde, one pinkette. "Lots of people are turning up to watch the eclipse," Luna said. "MMHMM," Usagi said in agreement. "The park is supposed to be one of the better vantage points in the city. It's on a hill and the taller buildings aren't close enough to get in the way." "Do either of you have an idea what it was MA-chan wanted to talk about?" "Don't look at me. I just got here," Chiba USA said. "I'm sure it's related to that classmate you all investigated yesterday," Luna said. MA-chan said there were time rifts forming all over, right? Usagi nodded. "Then it's probably that." Chiba USA blinked. "Time rifts?" she called them. "Space-time schisms, I think," Usagi said. "I don't know." The pink-haired Usagi frowned. "Why haven't I heard anything about that?" Luna looked up. "Didn't you say that some of your memories had been sealed?" she asked. "Regarding what it was you were to undertake, so that you wouldn't be influenced by your knowledge of the outcome?" The time traveler nodded. "Yes, but rifts in time could impact my place here," she said. "So I should be the first to know if anything is wrong." Usagi shrugged. "It must not be important," she said with a shrug. The three of them crossed the street and arrived at their destination. The park was on a grassy knoll with a variety of trees scattered about. Enclosed by a brick fence, there were several entrances with dirt paths that lead inside. Wooden benches dotted the dirt paths, and they could see a large pond with a willow tree standing on an island in the center. Groups of people sat on picnic cloths around the park, talking amongst themselves. Most of them had sunglasses or something similar to block the effects of the coming total eclipse. "You should see it during cherry blossom season," Usagi said, looking at her daughter. "I have," the pinkette reminded her. Usagi blinked. "Oh. Well, come on. Let's look for the others." They made their way into the park and walked along one of the paths, both looking around for familiar faces. "There," Usagi said, pointing towards a tall tree. Several groups were spread out beneath it, and a group of familiar faces sat on a blanket. The group noticed them at the same time. "Hey, Usagi!" Both Usagis waved in response and walked over to join them. All of the inner senshi were present, wearing various casual outfits, and each with a pair of sunglasses on their heads. Artemis was sitting on the blanket next to Minako. "About time," Ray said, looking up at the two of them with slight annoyance. "What took you guys so long?" Usagi frowned. "Hey, we didn't take that long." "Well, you weren't quick enough for my tastes," the Senshi of Mars said. Usagi rolled her eyes. "You're just complaining," she said as she and her daughter sat down with them. Luna walked over to sit next to the other moon cat. "So, Ami-chan, you said we were going to talk Senshi business?" The brunette nodded. "I'd rather wait until everyone was here. Oh, so that I don't have to repeat myself." She sighed. "We have a lot to discuss." The Usagis shared a look. "That doesn't sound good," the blonde Usagi said with a frown. "Is it related to what we did yesterday?" Ami nodded. "Remember that classmate Caillou-san told me about before?" she asked. Four of the senshi nodded. "You said she claimed to have been kidnapped or something, and that buildings weren't where she'd said they'd been, or something," Makoto said. Chiba USA blinked. "This is the first I've heard about this," she said. "What are you all talking about?" Ami looked up at her. "2 nights ago, Sailor Neptune sent me a text message about a new classmate of hers," she said. "A girl named Fujibayashi Toriha, calling herself Sodom Ranma. She claimed to have woken up one day and all of the details of the world had been shifted around her. People and buildings weren't where she remembered them to be, and those that were different. No one in the neighborhood she claimed to live in recognized her. Her own body and personal history was also altered." Chiba USA blinked. "Sounds pretty bad," she said. "Millimeters. In any event, I've gathered evidence that suggests she is telling the truth," she said. Minako raised an eyebrow. "About remembering things differently?" Ami shook her head. "No, about things having been changed." The 5 girls all stared at her. "What do you mean?" Artemis asked. Ami sighed. "There is no easy way to say this," she said. "But that girl, Ranma, is right. I've explained everything when she, Neptune and Uranus arrive. Yo!" They and several people around them all turned at the shout to see the handsome Haruka and the elegant Mishiro walking with a sweaty pig-tailed girl wearing a sporty jogging outfit. "Speak of the devil," Ami said. "And the devil shall leave," Minako said with a sagely nod. Ami sighed, while the other girls all waved at the approaching trio. "Hello ladies," Haruka said when the 3 of them stopped beside them. "Hello to you as well," Usagi said with a smile. "I'd thought we wouldn't be seeing you two again so soon." Haruka chuckled. "The truth is, we decided to stay here, after all," she said. "Oh my," Mishiro said, looking down at Chiba USA. "Seeing you here with the rest of them, I recognize you now." You're Chiba USA, aren't you? Chiba USA chuckled. Yup. Haruka blinked. Chiba-chan? The blonde did a double take. That's one hell of a growth spurt, kid. Chiba USA giggled. It should have been obvious, the pinkette said. Haruka shrugged. I figured you were an imposter, she said. Ahem. Everyone turned to look at the pig-tailed girl. Oh. Where are my manners? Michiru said. Everyone, this is Ranma. Ranma waved. Hey, she said. So you girls work with the sailor Senshi? Ami nodded. That's correct, she said. I'm Mizuno Omi. I manage their information network. Ranma nodded. Neat. What about the rest of you? Ray? Ray said. I'm Amiko. I provide them with spiritual guidance, she said with a grin. Kino Mikoto, the Senshi of Jupiter said. I keep them well fed. Ino Minako, at your service. The Senshi of Venus said. I'm, their image consultant. Ranma blinked. So you're the one who told them to dress up in Sailor Fuku? It was Minako's turn to blink. Well, it works, doesn't it? Ranma shook her head. Well, it's definitely, I don't know. It just seems like professional demon hunters should wear something more functional, you know? Minako frowned. You don't like the Fuku? Ranma shrugged. She shrugged wider, and Minako's frown deepened. I can see where you're coming from, but in relation to combat, the Senshi's uniform designs are irrelevant, Ami said. They are protected by magic. The material and design of what they wear and what is covered up doesn't matter. Ranma blinked. Really? Nifty. So they could pretty much wear whatever they want? Ami nodded. Which is where Minako-chan comes in, she said. The Fuku are rather eye-catching, and I'd be lying if I said that the Senshi would have the same amount of publicity if they wore something more like, say, a suit of armor. Ranma nodded as well. Good point. She looked down at the Usagis. What do you two do? Eat up all the food and read up all the manga, Ray said with a snort. Hey! Usagi snapped. I share manga with you too. Now, Ami said. This isn't the time for this, girls. She looked back up at Ranma and the two other Senshi. Ami-chan's right, Minako said. Anyway. Last, but not least, these two furballs are Artemis and Luna, she said, gesturing at the two cats sitting beside her. Say hi, Artemis. Artemis ran a paw over his face. N. Ranma stared at the two cats in stark horror. See? Luna stood up and walked over to the redhead, and looked up at her. N. Ranma stumbled backwards, sheer terror overwhelming her facial features. See cat. It's a cat. She turned and scrambled to sprint away at top speed. Everyone stared after her. Oh dear, Michiru began. Perhaps she is afraid of cats? I'd say that sounds about right, Haruka said. I'll be right back. Sorry. Everyone watched as the blonde took off after the redhead. I'm sorry everyone. If I'd known, I'd have said something, Michiru said. sitting down with them. Both Luna and Artemis looked confused. What did we do? Artemis asked, his ears sagging. I thought I was putting out my best appeal. Nothing, Ami said. She's probably just afraid of cats in general. Usagi frowned. How can you be scared of cats? She picked up Luna and began scratching behind her ear. They're so cute. It's just something. Luna's talking was interrupted by a deep, throaty burr, but she managed to continue after a few seconds. That we'll have to deal with for now. Artemis and I can sit at a distance and listen to the conversation from afar. We had good ears. Usagi frowned. But you shouldn't have to. Unfortunately, we do, the moon cat said with a sigh. It's not a big deal. Right, Artemis? The white cat shook his head. I think we'll manage. Don't worry about us. He stood up. Come on, let's go. Luna hopped out of Usagi's arms and followed him away. So, Makoto began, looking over at Michiru. Since you two are staying here in Japan, maybe we could get together sometime. Michiru smiled at her. Perhaps, if our schedules allow for it, she said. The inner sensual smiled at that. After all, I'd feel more comfortable knowing the princess had positive influences in her life. The Teal Trust team said. Ami chuckled, while Minako and Makoto both frowned. What's that supposed to mean? The blonde demanded. Michiru let out a soft titter. Oh, nothing. Please, don't take this the wrong way. But, Haruka and I aren't exactly planning to work with you all on a permanent basis. Understand, that isn't our job, she said. We have duties of our own to attend to. Usagi nodded with a serious expression. I understand, she said. And if they weren't important, you wouldn't have been given them. Still, I do hope you'll continue to indulge us with your presences from time to time. Michiru smiled again. Of course, Princess. They're back, Ray announced. Everyone looked up to see Haruka leading Ranma back towards the group by the hand. Ranma was still visibly shaking, even from a distance, and warily looking around. Sorry about that, the redhead said. I don't like CCC, those furry creatures very much. They're not still here, are they? Ami shook her head. They're gone, she said. Far away from here. Ranma sighed with visible relief. Oh man, she said. That's just what I needed to hear. Ami nodded. Please, sit down. We have much to discuss. I'm really sorry about that, Ranma said, sitting down next to Usagi. Haruka walked over to sit down next to Michiru. I didn't even let you guys finish your introductions. Ami shook her head. Don't worry about it, she said. Usagi and Usagi are the only ones left, if I recall. Ranma blinked. Usagi and Usagi? She looked over at both of them and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you two twins? Usagi snorted. No way. We're, cousins. Ranma nodded. The resemblance is really strong, she said. Both girls blushed. Thank you. They both trailed off and stared at each other. Suddenly, Chiba USA frowned. Wait, wait. We just met and already you're insulting me. Do I really look as fat as this girl? Usagi's jaw dropped and Ray snickered at the comment, but Ranma blinked. Fat? She asked, confused. She's not fat. She's not even chubby. Usagi smirked. Thank you. Girls, please, Ami said. You can play fight later. For now, oh, right, Ranma asked. Why are you both named Usagi and what do you do for the Senshi? You're all their associates, right? She said, looking slightly confused. Family tradition, Chiba USA said. As for what we do, she looked over at her mother for help. Usagi only blinked. They're the mascots, Haruka said. Yeah, Usagi said. Yup, that's me. I'm the cute mascot. I am the cutest mascot, Chiba USA said. Ladies, please, Haruka said. Anyway, if you must know, Michiro and I supply them with funding. Can we get started now? Indeed, Michiro said. What exactly are we here to discuss? Ami sighed and took a deep breath. All right. As we all know, Sodom-san here woke up on Friday and noticed that the world around her had changed substantially. Nothing was where or how it should have been. It was as if she'd woken up in an alternate reality. Ranma blinked. Hey, that's a pretty good summary. Indeed. That's because that's exactly what happened, Ami said. Everyone stared at her. Come again? Usagi said. Sodom Ranma-san is not from this reality, Ami said. And neither are we. They continued to stare at her in a stunned silence, so she continued. 2 days ago, my computer began detecting schisms in the fabric of space-time. These schisms have since rippled out from their origin point near Kyoto to the rest of the country. They had rapidly accelerated since my first detection, spreading out across the planet and out into space. What I didn't realize at the time was that these ruptures were the result of someone altering history. Haruka narrowed her eyes. Altering history? She said. But that should be impossible. Sailor Pluto is supposed to ensure that such things don't happen. Ami nodded. I had wondered about that as well, she said. But for whatever reason, it did happen. I'm not sure who caused it or why, but as a result, the world we're in now is not our home reality. Ranma frowned. Well, that'd explain things, she muttered. Everyone turned to look at Michiro. To what extent has history been altered? She asked, looking at the other blue-haired teen. And why weren't we affected like Ranma? Better yet, Haruka began, why wasn't Ranma affected like everyone else? Ami shook her head. On an individual level, we were protected. As for why our situations haven't changed as drastically as Sodom-san's, that's only true on the surface, Ami said. As for Sodom-san, just Ranma is alright, the redhead said, holding up a hand. Ami nodded. Ranma, then, she said. I'm not sure. She reached down into a small cloth bag lying on the ground and pulled out the Mercury computer, which she then flipped open. I haven't had the opportunity to get a good scan. She tapped a few keys and set it down. It's scanning right now, so perhaps we'll have some answers in a moment. She blinked when her computer began beeping. She looked down at it and picked it up. Is it done already? Usagi asked. No. The total eclipse will be happening in a minute, she said. I suppose we should watch for it. They all put their sunglasses on, while Ranma looked down at the ground in silent contemplation, and Usagi noticed her lack of sunglasses. You don't have sunglasses? Ranma shook her head, but waved a hand. It's no big deal, she said. I didn't come here to see it anyway. Usagi shrugged, and the sensei all looked up. Where was I? Ami asked. You were telling us about the extent of the alterations to the history, Haruka said. HM? Ah, yes, she frowned. It wasn't very easy to notice at first. Most of what we know is the same as it's always been, she said. Milestones in history are the same, however, our own personal histories are what are different. It's just not as obvious as with Shoto or Ranma. Haruka blinked. Our own personal histories? Ami nodded. I noticed logs of battles and enemies in my computer that I could not recall having taken, she said. It was all very detailed information, too, written exactly the way that I'd have done it. Apparently, Yukai had been indiscriminately attacking people since before the Sailor Senshi appeared. Everyone looked down at her. Unlike any of their other foes, these Yukai don't seem to have any real unified, overarching purpose or organization. Some of them just attack at random, while others have small, crime-centered organizations and petty schemes that allow them to consume humans and slash their souls, she said. This race of creatures living in the shadows of our society has been injected into our world overnight. Ranma frowned. An entire race? Ami considered her statement. I wouldn't consider them a single race, she said. There are many variations, many of them more similar to animals than humans, while others are similar to creatures of legend. Also, my computer detected the existence of a gate to an alternate dimension, where these creatures seem to be coming from. There are several of them all over the world, and for some reason, even a few inactive on Mars and the Moon, but most importantly, one is right here in Japan, she said. Ranma's frown only deepened. The Moon? Mars? She frowned. Why Mars? And how did your computer detect something like that? Ami blinked. Well, it's very powerful. Ranma blinked, but accepted that. Oh. The inner senshi all sighed in relief. As for why they're on Mars, I can't be sure. The gates are all sealed, but the seal has weakened to the point that weak demonic entities have been able to slip through. The computer is only able to detect them for that instant. Once they're here, they disappear from the scans. There it goes, she said, pointing up. Everyone but Ranma looked up, though Usagi did so with a frown. Light dimmed all around them as the sun was blocked out by the moon. "That's no good," the blonde said. "That whole yokai thing, I mean." Haruka sighed. "Sounds like we've got our work cut out for us." Ami nodded. "There haven't been any reports of major demon attacks, comparable to Metalliah or Pharaoh 90 or anything of the sort, but I have a feeling that it's only a matter of time," she said. "The cracks in the seals are widening, slowly but surely. Then we need to figure out how to fix them," Haruka said. "There's also the fact that these new demons are apparently not as flamboyant as the enemies the Senshi have encountered before," Michiru pointed out. "Indeed," Haruka said. "Can you get any information on the seal? Is it possible that the Senshi can use their magic to improve it?" Ami nodded. "I left the computer on to scan it last night, but I've yet to look over the data. I'll begin doing so when we're done here." Haruka nodded. "That sounds good to me. Keep us informed." Ami nodded. "What about your scan zone, me?" Ranma asked. "And have you been able to find other people like us, who aren't from this universe?" Ami shook her head. "So far, I've not noticed anything to indicate when someone is from our world," she said with a shake of her head. "I'll check the data from your scans when we're done here as well. I'm hoping there will be something that will help us identify others like us." All right," Ranma said. "Do you have any ideas how we can correct this?" Haruka asked. "If it's a matter of history being altered, then Sailor Pluto should be able to fix it. Or rather, it should already be fixed." Ami nodded. "Aside from that, we have no way to contact Sailor Pluto," she said. "I can talk to her," Chiba USA said. I believe we can get a hold of her as well," Haruka said. "Then perhaps you can call her to the next Senshi meeting," Ami said. "Hopefully she'll have some answers on the matter." "We'll make sure she's there," Michiru said. Ranma whistled. "These Senshi girls must trust you guys a lot," she said. "Is that why you are all protected? Didn't he use some kind of magic on you?" Ami blinked, but nodded. "Precisely," she said. "Though the Senshi weren't aware of the alterations as they happened, either. It's passive magic." Ranma frowned. "Well, what can I do?" Ami shook her head. "Unfortunately, it seems there isn't anything you can do," Ami said. "Unless you have the ability to correct these alterations to the history, you'd probably be safest just trying to adjust to the changes until things are fixed." Ranma's frown deepened. "What? Are you kidding?" she demanded. "Do you expect me to just sit around and twiddle my thumbs or something?" Ami sighed. "Do you have the ability to travel through time and fix this problem at the root?" she asked. Ranma paused. "Well, no. But then, like I said, your only real option is to wait." "I'm sorry, but," she shrugged. "That's South Island." Ranma frowned. "No way," she said. There's got to be some way I can help. I can do something, like all of you are," she insisted. "I have money in this new world. I can investigate stuff, she said. And if this Pluto person can't help us, then I can look into rumors or legends about time-traveling magic, she said. Yeah, I know some people, she paused. Well, I might know some people who have extensive knowledge regarding magic, and that might include time travel. Ami looked down at her. You've dealt with magic before? She asked. Ranma nodded. Oh yeah, lots of magic, almost all of it bad, she said with a long-suffering sigh. And well, once I get back into shape, I can help fight the demons, she said. Haruko laughed. Fight demons? She repeated. You really think you can fight demons? Ranma frowned. I've done it before, she said. Demons, dragons, phoenixes, a few ghosts. I guess you could call Taro Yuki, she muttered. Anyway, I've fought my fair share of demons and such, and came out on top. I'm sure once the Senshi see what I can do, they'll beg me to help them fight, she said with a snort. Everyone stared at her. Beg? Get real, Ray snorted. Yeah, Minako said a frown. The Senshi don't need help. They get along just fine. They've saved Earth at least 3 times. Ranma blinked. Earth? Ami nodded. At the end of the day, the enemies of the Senshi are generally genocidal otherworldly creatures whose power is on a scale unlike anything you just mentioned, she said. They're more comparable to gods. Not to disparage your achievements, but the Senshi have defeated far worse. Ranma stared at her. How? You don't say? She muttered. Gods, how? Ami nodded. Your sentiment is appreciated, but I'm sure the Senshi will be able to handle this situation, she said. We'll let you know how things develop. In the meantime, she trailed off when the world suddenly brightened up. Those who were not looking up quickly did. Looks like the eclipse is over. Ranma frowned, but said nothing. Ami's computer started beeping and they all looked down at it. What is it, Ami-chan? Usagi asked. The brunette picked her computer up and looked it over. She absently pushed her sunglasses up off of her head and her eyes widened as she scanned the readouts on her screen. I'm detecting a huge buildup of Yuki, she said. This isn't just some demon. It's very large, and very powerful, she said. Everyone looked at her with sudden alarm. Is it coming through that gate you mentioned? Haruka demanded. Yes and no, Ami said. Part of it is coming through the gate, but other parts of it are coming in from all over the city. She quickly tapped several keys on her computer. All of these other parts have energy signatures that match what my scans picked up earlier. They're all fusing into one entity now. Oh, I see. It sent out bits and pieces of itself through the gaps in the seal, and now they're reforming into the original. Haruka and Michiru stood up immediately, and the other Senshi all caught on and stood up as well. Ranma looked up at them all in surprise. Where is it? Usagi demanded. Right there, Ami said, pointing towards some skyscrapers in the distance. -X Kanakai-X, that's the 4th one, Kanakai said with a sigh as he, Shikage, and Onaka sat down on a bench along the side of a busy street. Tall glass monoliths reached up into the sky all around them, and the sun, still mostly obscured by the moon, shone down on them. Onaka patted her brother on the back. "Don't worry," she said. "I'm sure we'll find your sensei before the day is over." Shikage noticed her actions and mimicked them, awkwardly clapping him on the shoulder. She remained patting his shoulder long after Onaka stopped, eventually earning a confused look from the two siblings. She only offered them her usual indifferent stare. "Come on, is this not the correct response?" she asked after a moment. "You don't have to do it so long," Kanakai said with a sigh. She stopped. "Anyway," Kanakai said, "at least we got to see the eclipse." He stood up and stretched his arms over his head. "I'd rather be training, but since we're here we should keep looking." Onaka stood up as well, and both of them looked down at Shikage, who remained sitting. "Shikage-chan, are you ready to go?" Shikage quickly hopped up to her feet. "I sense something dark," she said, staring at the street. Kanakai narrowed his eyes and looked around, while Onaka did so with a confused look on her face. "What are you talking about?" the younger Shirama asked. Suddenly, a wave of darkness washed over them, and they all turned to the center of the street, where they saw a small floating cloud of some black, smoky substance. A strange black circle with odd designs appeared in the middle of the street, and small black wisps began rapidly flying in from all directions. The cloud of darkness steadily grew with each wisp that flew into it, and the floating black mass quickly reached the size of a bus and continued to grow. "That," Shikage said. Kanakai, Onaka, and everyone on the street stopped to watch it. What is that?" Kanakai muttered. "I don't know, but I don't think we should stay to find out," Shikage said as the mass continued to grow. It began to stretch upwards. "We should leave, now." She immediately turned and began running. Kanakai quickly grabbed his sister and followed suit. "What? Where are we going?" Onaka demanded. "Away from that," Kanakai said. All around them, other people seemed to be getting the same idea. X Ranma watched as the distant black mass continued to grow. "What the hell is that?" she demanded. "Some kind of demonic entity," Ami said, quickly reaching down and stuffing her computer in her bag. "Ranma, we're going to have to catch you later," Haruka said. "For now, we need to go. The sensei are going to need our help clearing out any civilians that get hurt," she said. "Let's go," Ray said, and the girls all nodded and they took off running towards the city. "What?" Ranma frowned. "I'm going too. There's no way I can just sit back and watch. You told me that you're not as powerful as you were before," Haruka said. "Do you really think you can help right now?" Ranma's mouth opened, but she said nothing. "Sorry," Haruka said, "but I really need to go." She turned and started running after the others. "I'll call you," she said. Ranma held up a hand, but didn't move. She instead looked at the massive black cloud and watched as it took on a solid shape. Two appendages sprouted from the bottom of its massive body, and it dropped down to the street, landing hard enough to send tremors all the way to the park. Large white claws grew from the appendages, giving them the appearance of feet. The surface of the cloud hardened into a series of jagged, but reflective black scales, and a hole opened up at the top of its body. The hole grew until it split the top part of its body in half, and opened, revealing a gigantic maw brimming with 3 rows of gleaming, razor-sharp teeth. The creature let out a powerful shriek roar and Ranma winced and held her hands up to her ears. Windows on the skyscrapers around it shattered, showering the streets below with glass. "Holy crap," she muttered, staring at the thing in shock. "It's Godzilla. X Usagi-X, I don't think that's Godzilla," Ray said as the 17s all ran down the street. "Heck of a lot uglier. If we hurry, we may be able to attack it before it's finished forming completely," Umi said. "We just need to find somewhere to transform." There's an alleyway up there." They all glanced back to see Haruka sprinting after them and quickly gaining. "Nice to see you haven't lost your touch, love," Michiru said with a smile when the blonde caught up. They all turned into the alleyway on reaching it and pulled out their transformation pens. Mars planet power, make up. Mercury planet power, make up. Venus planet power, make up. Jupiter planet power, make up. Uranus planet power, make up. Neptune planet power, make up. Moon prism power, make up. Moon cosmic power, make up. X Uzuka-X while people all around him scrambled to escape, screaming. Uzuka calmly stared up at the blob of darkness as it continued to develop. It reached a height of at least 30 meters before it stopped growing, and its shape was being streamlined into something less amorphous. Its massive jaw was hinged at its chest, and it had no arms or facial features. Jagged, obsidian scales covered its body from head to toe. Each scale had a crimson point, and 3 pointed claws jutted out from the front of its feet, with a similar single claw in the back. It resembled a crocodile that had lost its forearms and was standing upright. It let out another roar, somewhat less intense than the first, and took a step, smashing several cars underfoot as it did so. It slammed its head into a nearby building and roared again as a mane of ebony flames appeared on its back. "A single spirit gun charge isn't gonna take care of this thing, not the way I am now. Shit. What do I do?" He looked around. "Kurama might be here soon, but I don't know if I can count on Hiei to help. How can I fight this thing?" Mars snake fire. The displaced delinquent blinked in surprise on seeing a glowing red flame in the shape of a snake fly through the air and into the creature's side. The projectile crashed into it with minimum effect, however, dissipating on contact. The creature turned its head down at where it had been struck, as if to look at it, but the lack of eyes meant it probably couldn't see. Yuzuka simply turned to see where the attack had come from, and saw a group of girls in Sailor Thuku running towards the monster from the side of a building. The hell? Who are they? The schoolgirl squad? One of the girls swung an arm at the giant creature, and a stream of light flew through the air like a loop. Venus linked chain sword. A blade of light flew from the chain and into the side of the giant beast. Again, the projectile simply crashed into it and dissipated, but that time, it visibly turned its attention to them. The creature opened its massive maw and let loose a powerful roar in their direction, showing off the 3 rows of sharp teeth. The force of its roar pushed him back, and Yuzuka winced and grit his teeth, raising his arms in an attempt to shield himself. Sparkling, wide pressure. He saw one of them throw a spinning orb of electrical energy at its head. The projectile flew into its gaping maw, and the creature cried out in shock and pain and immediately closed its jaw. Electrical energy arced along its entire body, and it spasmed for an instant. The effect quickly wore off, however, and it simply shook its massive head, shrugging the effect off. Guess I'll just watch and wait for an opening. X Ranma panted as she sprinted along the sidewalk at full speed. Her legs were burning, not quite rested from her earlier workout, but she forced herself to keep going. She weaved through the crowd of fleeing civilians with a look of determination on her face. I don't care what they say. There's no way I can just sit back and watch. I'm not some weakling bystander. She ducked and weaved to get by several people, and soon she was wading through the stragglers who were still pouring out of the skyscrapers. As she approached, she narrowed her eyes and studied the giant's shape. X Sailor Moon X, it's not hurt at all. Sailor Venus cried out. Mercury. What's up with that thing? I'm trying to find out right now, the sensitive Mercury said. She was looking up at the creature with her visor on and the Mercury computer in hand. Data streamed before her eyes as she looked the creature's massive body over. The creature took a step towards them, and began to quickly close the distance between them due to its massive legs. Each step it made sent visible, red shockwaves through the air, and it left massive footprints in the street. The energy reading is different from anything we've ever encountered before. Its scales are made of an unknown material. I don't think we'll be able to harm it through those unless we chip away at a single point, but there's no telling how long that could take. The creature raised up a leg to stomp down on them, and they all scattered. Sailor Moon screamed as she barely managed to clear it, and caught the tail end of a shockwave that sent her flying into a lamppost. Sailor Moon, are you alright? Sailor Mars called out.